as I know how to be.
Join the meeting.
He's on. Good morning. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear an instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Welcome. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation into Spanish on our Zoom platform. To access Spanish channel, press the More option at the bottom of your screen, select Interpretation, and choose Spanish. If you join via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More or the three dots at the bottom of your screen, select Language Interpretation, and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a la interpretación, oprima la opción de More o más al pie de su pantalla, seleccione Interpretación y pulse en español o Spanish según su formato para activar su canal. Si está uniendo en Zoom en la plataforma del teléfono inteligente, seleccione la opción de More o más y elija Interpretación. Pulse Español o Spanish según su formato para activar su canal. Thank you. Back to you.
We have our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribe communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Call this meeting to order, and can you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Blankenship, can you take roll call?
Absolutely. Councilmember Horgan.
Here.
Councilmember Jenkins. Here. Councilmember Robbins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Here.
And Mayor Bass.
Yes, I'm here, and I'm participating remotely today due to a medical issue, personal medical issue.
Okay.
And if you are participating for Just Cause, can you disclose if there are any adults in the room with you?
Oh, sorry about that. No, there are no adults here in the room with me. I'm just here alone.
Thank you. All present.
Are there any closed session reports?
No reportable actions.
Okay. We open this up to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the city cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made and questions posed. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to speak? Please come forward.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and congratulations to Hillary. My name is Lou Perini, and I'm here to comment on a few subjects, but the most important one I want to comment on is the funding for tourism. As you might know, if you've read in the paper or not, I'm not sure, but Carmel is just defunded. There's so much traffic and so many people on Highway 1 going through Carmel, they've defunded all their tourism funding. And I think we should do the same thing. We have private enterprise in this town, ski resorts, the casinos, motel association that fund plenty of money. There's no reason for us to subsidize tourism in this town when you can't even go to a parking space on Emerald Bay Road and any of the public access areas. So that's the main thing. You're gonna get pushback for the Motel Association, LTVA, plenty of money. LTVA's budget now is almost the same as what the city's was when I moved here. that's out of control. They have an office in their event center. I don't think the chamber even has an office anymore, but any funding to the chamber or LTVA, I think should be eliminated immediately, and especially as your new budget is coming up. Number 2 is the Complete Streets projects from Highway 50, and I've talked to Dr. G about it, and we disagree completely on this issue. So the Complete Streets is a complete failure between Highway 50 and D Street. You have people now, it backs up so much, you have people now taking D Street, Tata Lane, and Julie Lane as shortcuts to get around going through that intersection, because it backs up. I mean, go over there at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you'll see what I mean. But it pretty much happens all day. So the Complete Streets does not work in that area. That should go back to 4 lanes. You're increasing VMTs, and VMTs never comes up on this Complete Streets, where VMTs were a main issue on every development project in this town for years and years and years. How much time I have left? Well, a minute. And the other thing is, I mean, when's the last time you did an audit of the Motel Association? You keep pretty good track of the vacation rentals in town, but the Motel Association seems to get a free ride. I know they report to the Board of Equalization, but they subtract out of their total gross the elements of their gross that are non-sales taxable. So the Board of Equalization could care less. It would be up to you to do an audit. When their room TOT is about the same as it was 8 years ago, that's ridiculous. With the amount of, they've raised, the amount of occupancy has went up, but also their rates have almost doubled. So that, I'm not gonna make any friends with my Motel Association people, but they should be audited. I don't know how much money you could get to there. And last but not least is the Liberty Utilities. I just got a bill from my son, lives on the Nevada side, and he's paying about 21 cents a kilowatt hour. I'm paying about 45 cents a kilowatt hour, and it will go up $30 a month next month for this base charge of fire mitigation, which Newsom has just pretty much eliminated any liability for the utility companies for the fires they cause. He's eliminated that. So now the insurance companies are going to eliminate that from your insurance policy and or raise it. And you can't do much about them because it's California Public Utilities Commission, but what you can do is eliminate their franchise agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perini. Please come forward. Yep.
They don't have a franchise agreement at the moment.
Good morning.
Good morning. Kathy Zollinger, Bear Lake, South Lake Tahoe. We need some help from you guys. We've had 2 orphan cubs in a month and a half that went to rehab, and one of them was shot. Serious injury, and he's still recovering in the city, and we have every reason to believe his mother was shot, and we have no sign of where she ended up. The campgrounds in town need food lockers. I don't know if there's something you guys can do to subsidize it or make it happen, but we've had a lot of calls at Tahoe Valley Campground. Not so many at the other spot, but I don't think they have them either. Trash, ongoing issue, which we all know. People are speeding. We've had 4 cubs killed in 9 days. That's a lot. And the police department has done a few things, but we're asking for you guys to bring back, they've done it in the past, the blinking signs that say watch for wildlife. The bears are in hyperphagia. We have fruit trees all over the Keys and the state streets, and the bears are running street to street, across the street to get to where the food's at. So those blinking signs and moving them around a little bit would probably help a lot. They're eating up to 20,000 calories a day, and they don't have a chance. So it's been a tough week for us, so we're asking for some help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like public communication? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kelly O'Hare. I'm here to ask you if you could
find some funding for another police officer position, primarily to focus on traffic, ideally in the summer. I think that would benefit the whole community as far as safety, and that would apply to vehicles, bicycles, e-bikes, scooters. There are grants available from the Office of Traffic and Safety. The applications are due in January. They can fund things like motorcycles, bicycles, and sometimes positions, but that's due in January. And I thought ideally it could be grant funded long term. Second, I would ask you to find some funding to paint the limit lines at stop signs at the start of the summer. I think they wear down in the winter. I mean, that could be done through overtime or, contracting out. But those are the two things I wanted to recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Anyone else?
Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. First, I'd like to say I agree with Lou that we should not be funding advertising for Lake Tahoe. We are going to have tourists whether we do that or not, and these businesses are certainly capable of using their budgets to do their own advertising. That should be the goal of the Visitors Authority, and we have the casinos and the ski resorts. They do plenty of advertising for us. We don't need to put money into that. Then with the bears, it has been an incredibly difficult week with 4 dead bear cubs. I agree we do need more signage, light signage. The flashing signs work really well. There's some permanent speed signs on Pioneer Trail. That would be great to get those on our busier side streets such as Tahoe Keys Boulevard. But we really need to discuss just lowering the speed limit across the board around the lake. 20 miles per hour is a life-saving number when it comes to vehicle accidents for both humans and wildlife. It gives you much more stopping time, and there's absolutely no reason that anyone needs to be driving more than 20 miles per hour through our neighborhoods. And Tahoe Keys Boulevard, as well as Keller, all these major roads through our town, these are our neighborhoods, whether they are wide streets or not. So the speed limit should be lowered, should be 35 on 50 and 89 as well. Would just save a lot of lives, both human and bears. We've had an incredible number of traffic accidents this summer. Then I would like to remind everybody that we have this meeting for TRPA coming up tomorrow. Really important that we get community engagement there on the glyphosate issue. If you go walk around through where these logging projects are occurring, it is absolutely horrifying, and it is not providing us any defensible space for our community. We have these new rules coming up in California for this 5 feet of defensible space on your homes. There is absolutely no way we are ever going to be able to pay for that if we keep funding logging in the forest. So I really just encourage you to keep the money where it belongs in our community and not hand it out to these outside agencies to do this work, which is not effective, is leaving millions of slash piles throughout our forest, making it incredibly unsafe. They've done just a horrific job not keeping us safe. So please attend the TRPA meeting tomorrow and at least speak out against the use of glyphosate in our forest, which has already been used on our beaches. So just a lot going on. It has been very difficult to cope with everything that's happening, and we really need to focus on not advertising Tahoe, not growing Tahoe, not more development, but really buckling down on the safety issues that we have here, which is defensible space and our roads. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hardison. Anyone else in the public like to speak? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
Yeah, we do have one hand raised. Ms. Reagan.
Hi there, this is Angie Regan, City of South Lake Tahoe resident. I understand Community for All was removed from your strategic plan, but I just would like to remind you this is a community for all, and I hope our budget reflects that and protects our vulnerable populations, humans, animals, and our nature that are all vulnerable right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No additional hands raised.
Okay. Are there any city commissions reports? Seeing none. Move on to our consent agenda. This is a public's opportunity, public comment on the consent agenda. This is to speak on any topic listed on the consent agenda. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per
Oh.
item.
I'm sorry. There was someone with their hands raised. I'm not sure if they are a commissioner.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. That hand just. Janet, for Art, can you tell us what you wanted to comment on?
Oh my gosh, I am sorry. This is Stacy Ballard.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm signed in on somebody else's Zoom. I apologize.
It's okay. So you want to give a commission report?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah,
Hi,
go
this thank you. Hi,
yeah,
this is
sure.
Stacy Ballard. I am chair of the ACT Commission. Sorry about the mistake. I am here if you have any questions about my statements to you at the last meeting. I'm here to answer any questions if you need it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Now we're ready.
Okay, before we get public comment, does any of the council wish to pull any of the items on the consent agenda?
I don't have anything I want to pull, but I do have a question about an item on the consent agenda. That would be item 2.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead, or do you want to?
Yes, the question now, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
The question I have on item number 2, the revetment project, is about the geotextile fabric, and we did determine that that is less than, I guess, ideal on the shoreline there, and according to the report, should be remediated. My question is that we selected a high water mark according to the documents from Stantec that was established February 2026, and I wondered why it's indicated, at least on that item, it says high water mark February 2026. Why were we using that and not some sort of historical number?
So the best we can tell, the reference to February 2026 is not relative to the high water mark. The high water mark is established differently and is a number. It is not subject to when you measure.
So then the question would be, are we removing the geotextile fabric to the historical high water mark, or to this mark that was determined in February 2026?
I believe, I have Brianna on Zoom if we need her, but the way I would answer that question is, we are not removing the textile to a specific water level mark. What we are doing in the alternative bid item is removing the geotextile that is exposed, and removing as much of that as possible. We are not, at this stage, we are not removing any of the geotextile that is under the boulder revetment.
Okay. And then just a comment then would be that I think it is all of our goals on city council that all of that geotextile fabric do get removed. I know it's not part of this, part of the the alternate bid, but the direction was that we didn't want any of the geotextile fabric to be near the lake, so it should all be removed as part of the next project, yeah.
We will evaluate that as part of phase 3, yes.
Yeah, just 1 second. Sorry. So I just want to make sure we're all clear. It is your understanding that you have council direction to ultimately assess and provide for the removal of all and just for the public's understanding, when we talk about geotextile, this is plastic mesh material or plastic batting material that's been buried under the slope near Lakeview Commons. And so your understanding is that you do have council direction to eventually remove all of it, if not in phase 1, then in a subsequent phase. Or not in this phase, then in a subsequent phase.
I want to be careful how I answer that. I have direction that we need to bring back to council a report on the use of geotextile for city projects. I believe the council had wanted to establish some policy, so we will do that. That would be the precursor step. And then based on that policy, we will follow it and try to remove as much of the existing geotextile as possible. But bear in mind that there is significant cost associated with trying to remove something that's already buried. And that will ultimately be a decision council will need to make as to whether we actually remove or we find other ways to protect from the microplastics.
And I recall I motioned for that item to be on the agenda. Has that been scheduled yet?
Plastics.
Without me flipping through the APC, I'm just wondering if we know if that's been put on schedule for consideration yet.
Yeah, I'm just double checking here, but I believe we have it on for November.
All right, very good.
And that was going to be a comprehensive item to discuss plastics in general. Council had originally requested that we bring forward a discussion about the use of any plastic containing materials underground. And then the council also requested a status update on kind of removing plastics in general from the environment with our plastic bag ban and plastic water bottle ban and anything in addition that the council would like to discuss.
I guess I still have a question because I thought I understood that that the geotextile fabric was getting removed to a point, but you're saying just where it's exposed?
That is my understanding. If you'd like a clearer answer, perhaps.
Maybe
if you could
Ms.
let
Greenlaw
Brianna-
We have Ms.
answer that.
Greenlaw on.
think-
Go ahead, Brianna.
Hi there, can you hear me?
If you could just speak up a little bit.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so the geotextile is going to be removed to where it is exposed. As shown on our plans, the ordinary high water mark where it's going to be removed is above the ordinary high water mark. So it will address those concerns as far as it being below the high water mark, which, to provide further clarification, is a historical number that was established back in, I'd say, the 1930s or 40s. And that, to clarify the February 2026 date, that was when the overall site survey was completed. And that was included on that location figure that was submitted with permitting agencies. So that wasn't when the ordinary high water mark was determined. That is a set number, and all geotextile is going to be removed above that because that's what's exposed currently.
Okay,
Does that help
but
clarify?
I guess I'm still unclear if it's just what's exposed or if we're able to remove everything underneath, because with snow melt, rain, erosion, anything that is below that watermark is still going to be getting into the lake. So I'm wondering if it's just what's exposed or if there's any complete remediation that can be done below that mark.
So can you hear me still?
Yes.
So all fabric below that mark and some above it will be removed because it is exposed. Those boulders, that fabric's keyed in and tucked in underneath those boulders. So where the boulders have displaced, all of that fabric will be removed. However, we can't remove anything above where it's exposed because that's still all stable, tucked under the boulders, and there's willows growing in it, and it's further stabilized. That part, not only will it cost more money that we don't have right now, but there's also a whole different additional permitting that's needed. So that's what we can evaluate during phase 3. But I guess it's one and the same. What's below the high water mark and what's exposed and what's unstable will all be removed because it's the boulders aren't protecting it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins. Brianna, Ms. Greenlaw. So I think your answer is good. I think what you're saying is that plastic under a boulder, under the boulders, doesn't deteriorate and turn into microplastics and leaks into the lake and creates, so is that fair to say? Because that sounds like the assumption on which this decision not to remove the plastic is made. Is that a fair question?
Am I unmuted still? Okay. I think, we're still evaluating this fabric. It's widely used throughout the basin in all kinds of, boulder revetments and infiltration facilities. It is, research has found that it is biologically inert, though we do know that it has some kind of a polymer. When it is protected by the boulders and not exposed, you're not getting that same kind of degradation of, the sun and the different elements. So I think that it is safe to say that where it is protected underneath the boulders, we're not going to be having those microplastics concerns. However, there's still more research to be done. Lahontan is, as with the city, is looking into this more and determining where the proper placement of this fabric moving forward on projects is appropriate. And right now, the determination sits that nobody wants it below the high water mark. So we're able to do that with phase 2, remove it below the high water mark, remove everything that's exposed that could further degrade and turn into smaller particles. So I hope that helps clarify and answer your question.
If I could just add to what Ms. Greenlaw was mentioning, they're still evaluating the removal of all of that geotextile fabric. What's being recommended today is simply to move forward with phase 2, given the budget and the time frame that we have to prioritize getting the plastic sacks out of the beach area this season. We're getting to the end of the season, our time is limited. We want to move forward with that piece now, but as Ms. Greenlaw stated, we are still evaluating and working with partner permitting agencies on the potential to remove the rest of the fabric, but that will come back to City Council for a decision where you can weigh the pros and cons and budget needs in order to do that.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we're not the experts. Lahontan, I would anticipate that our friends at Lahontan would be evaluating this and making recommendations, not based on, let's see, calm, David, calm. Okay, based on what the science is. So I would hope that we would look to them because we're politicians, and most of us at least are not scientists. So I would hope that Lahontan's playing a major role in determining what's safe and what's not safe. I hope that they are encouraged to play the role that they're supposed to play.
Yes, I think that characterizes the discussions that our staff has been having
Mayor
with
Bass does have
Lahontan.
his hand raised as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Bass.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Councilmember Horgan's questions kind of brought up some things that I think with this project originally and where the high water mark was, which I think was set back when the Lake Tahoe Dam was constructed in 1910 or something. So over 100 years ago, and it seems like the civil engineering on this project when it was constructed, I believe in 2012, there was some type of a mistake that happened from where the high water mark was clarified and then what we've seen happen at that beach. And I'm just curious, are we reevaluating where that mistake took place in the 2012 construction? And is there a need, and I know this comes way out of our wheelhouse, probably more Army Corps of Engineers, but is there a need to reestablish the high water mark for future projects, knowing that a century's gone by since it was most likely established? And it seems like that's why we have such issues at the Lakeview Commons project down by the beach was the original civil engineering of the project. So I'm just curious, have we been able to look at that so we don't make those same mistakes going forward?
Mr. Robbins, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I'm fine with triaging the most important things right now, which are the plastic bags that are buried in the sand in the beach. That's got to go quickly, and I'm fine with triaging. My main concern is I want to make sure we don't lose track of the plastic batting material that's under the slope adjacent to it. That's a bigger problem because it's more difficult to remove because it's got stuff on it. But I just want to make sure we don't lose track of it, because we lost track of the plastic bags since they were put in 2012. So I just want to make sure, if it's fine enough that this is going to come back later for us for a later phase that we're going to budget for and do when we can and when we can fund it. The main thing I want to make sure is we don't lose track of this issue and that we don't forget about it for a dozen years like we did the original beach beach, or somebody. Well, 12 years ago it was, a dozen years ago it was lost track of. I want to make sure that it gets onto a capital project list of some kind, and that it gets funded when funding is available, and so on. That's my main concern, is that it's on the radar appropriately, and that it'll be back before us, not in the hugely distant future, but in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't slow down phase two just because there's more to do.
But I think it's reasonable to take a moment to make sure we aren't losing track.
So all these questions will be pertinent on when we move on to phase three. So, is there
Anyways,
any items?
Could somebody answer the question I had possibly? I was just trying to see if we've looked at the issue that was originally the civil engineering issue that took place, so that we're considering it moving forward.
Mayor Bass, I will give you, the honest answer I can give you is we were not looking at it from that perspective of trying to find blame from 2012. We were looking at it from the perspective of trying to solve the problems we have now. A lot of what we're trying to solve right now is due to washing out of the sand. And yes, that is related to the original design. But as you've heard me say before, I'm always hesitant to point fingers in a design process to say somebody really messed up. It's very hard to prove. So does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, no, it does. I wanted to mainly kind of put it on the record as we move forward. I hope to see us design new things at that site. Hopefully we can get like a permanent stage. There's a lot of different things that we can do there, but I think it's critical that we find the mistake that was made in 2012 so we don't make that same mistake again going forward. And it would seem like what we're going through now is a good time to really look at that and review that. And again, I know some of this gets way out of our wheelhouse, but it somewhat relates because we want to know that what we're doing is with accurate data.
We will do that.
Great, thank you.
Were there any agenda items, consent items that we can
Any-
be removed? Pulled? No. And now we'll go to public comment. Mr. Perini?
Luke Marini again. What are you considering the high water mark? What elevation above sea level?
The ordinary high water mark established
isn't a back and
for
forth
Lake Tahoe
discussion.
is 6232.
Huh?
The elevation of 6,232 feet.
6,232?
And that is the ordinary high water mark that's used for the entire Lake Tahoe.
Okay. A couple of comments. You have a case law, Fogarty versus State of California, 1987, that establishes the high water mark at 6287. You have an agreement in 1939 that establishes the dam in Tahoe City with maximum elevation of 6229.1. Fogarty challenged that and got it lowered to 6287. And then you have the negotiated settlement in 1991 between the federal government and the tribes and Washoe County and everybody in the world, allocating the amount of water taken from the Truckee River and also the Carson River watershed. But what people don't know is what you should plan for is this 6232. Actually, I've never heard of that number. But right now the dam is at 6229.1. Is actually the dam can go up to 6234. And that would, anything above 6229.1, which has happened in 2018, any damage that's caused to private property is the responsibility of the federal government. If the dam is raised that much, it would be raised that much if there was so much outflow that would flood downtown Reno. So you have some case law that says 6287. You have the federal water master in Reno that says 6229.1. You have the capability of the dam being raised to 6235. And maybe you should plan on that when you approve certain projects like the Tahoe Keys project and or Lakeview Commons, that the dam in theory could go up that high. It would be extraordinary. But we've seen extraordinary things happen. So the high water mark, like, I've never heard that term used to describe the elevation of Lake Tahoe. Maybe that's the new standard, but what I do know, and I do know the case law that establishes at 6287, and that's Fogarty versus State of California, 1987. And I do know that the legal limit right now is 6229.1, but the dam could go up to 6235. So I'm commenting for information purposes. When you say high water mark, I'm not sure what that means. Now I know what it means. So thank you, Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Perini. Anybody else in the public like to speak on consent agenda? See none, we go to Zoom.
No hands indicated on Zoom, Mayor Pro Tem.
Bring it back to council for a discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great, we have a first and a second. We can,
With Mayor Bass out of the room, we will do a roll call vote. Mayor Bass,
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins,
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts,
yes.
Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Regular new business, agenda item number 5. Discussion and direction of staff regarding budgeting for Playfields Consortium, Lake Tahoe CC Pickleball and Tennis Project. And approval of waiver permit fees up to $36,000. Mr. Stark?
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. Here with us today is Amy Chilton. She is the Vice President of Administrative Services for Lake Tahoe Community College. Amy's going to be giving us a presentation for a proposal from LTCC for construction of 2 tennis courts and 8 pickleball courts to be located at the community playfields for your consideration. I'm going to pass this on to Amy for her presentation, and then we'll both be available for any questions.
Good morning, Mayor and council members, and thanks for having me here this morning to discuss the continued partnership between the city and the college in the CPC boundary. So we have been discussing the continuation of the design for 8 pickleball courts and 2 tennis courts within the CPC boundary. I've got the clicker. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, and so this is a map of our entire college, but you can barely see on this map that the proposed location for this project is right next to the existing parking lot within the CPC, cornering the 2 existing playfields within that boundary. Zooming in a little bit, the project conceptual design consists of 8 pickleball courts, 2 tennis courts, fencing around those courts, an accessible pathway from the parking lot to the courts, and then also adjoining the courts to the existing grass fields on the site. The project design consists of asphalt pavement. 4 inches are recommended during the conceptual design phase. We're just going into the design development phase to really nail down the specifications for the project. But we're anticipating a 4-inch asphalt court over 6 to 8 inches of aggregate base. And we are proposing these courts to be used for daytime use only in the interest of not having to light up the courts in the project in the interest of saving the budget for the project. Here's a rendering of what that might look like from the parking lot. It's a pretty basic design, just accessible pathway, 1 archway sign that designates that they are courts. And then you can see that we're proposing some black covered chain link fencing around the courts.
Is it going to stay donor name?
Hopefully it will say the donor's name. So, and we'll get into the project funding here shortly. So I wanted to touch base on the timeline for this project. The this timeline presented here really starts at the point where there was official or direct action taken, but really the concept of this project has been discussed at the CPC meetings for even prior to January of 2025 in those discussions about how we can expand recreational facilities for the community, what those facilities might look like, and how the city and college could partner to make those happen. So with those discussions in concept, in January of 2025, the college's board took action to include these courts in our master site plan. And then we moved into some conceptual design about where that might lay out and determine feasibility for continuing looking at this project. And so at the October 2025 CPC meeting, a concept design was discussed and a rough order of magnitude for what it would take to make this happen. Leaving that meeting, there was general support for the project, but there was not funding for the project. And so the college left that meeting with the desire to try to secure funding for the project and move forward with it. In January of 2026, the college was able to identify a proposed donor for the project. The donor is still in conversation with the college and is hoping to hear the city's support of this project to move forward and to go into agreement officially with that donor. And so after a donor was found and some conversation occurred about how we could fund this project, move it forward, the college moved forward with a schematic design and worked with our donor to make sure that it was a project that would be supported by the donor. And that schematic design was presented to the CPC meeting in May of 2026. And so that really moves us into where we are now. At the May CPC meeting, we discussed a partnership with the city and the college to make this project happen, how it would happen, and the ongoing maintenance of that project. And in the meantime, the college has gone into contract on our budget to continue the design development and construction documents for the project. And we also presented at the commissioners meeting in July. It's not on this timeline. And we are also now under contract for CEQA, geotechnical, all of the other supporting design elements of the project. And then moving forward, our hope is that we can fast track the design of this and get this in for permitting. This project is on the city's property within the CPC boundary, so it would be reviewed and permitted by the city. And then with the anticipation of moving into bidding and award late spring next year, breaking ground in May, and completing the project by next fall for use in fall of 2027. I'd like to take a minute and review the alignment of this project with the vision and purpose of the Community Play Consortium, that this advances the shared vision and purpose of adding publicly accessible recreation facilities within the consortium boundaries. On completion, the facility will support LTCC, I need to say that right, it's my employer, students, local residents, youth programming, recreational leagues, tournaments, and visitors, while expanding opportunities for healthy, active lifestyles throughout the community. Okay, and then, so the way that the CPC has operated historically, the college and the city have both brought projects to the JPA boundary. Historically, the college initiated and funded primarily the artificial turf fields. The city designed and funded the grass fields that are currently existing there. And so we are proposing that the addition of these courts is primarily funded by the college. And what that entails is that through education code, it requires us to, in order to fund the project, to have first priority for scheduling those courts for academic purposes. But the use of the courts would be available to the community and whatnot, according to how the CPC designs a setup for public use, time blocks, and whatnot. But the college maintains on a daily basis and maintains and schedules all of the facilities within the CPC, with the exception of the parking lot, snack shack, and restrooms, which are maintained by the city. Moving on to the project budget, the professional estimate we had at conceptual design estimated $1.789 million for the construction hard costs. And with soft costs, we're estimating a total project budget of about $2.3 million. The proposed funding sources for that are about $1 million that would come from a private donor. And then the college is estimating to contribute about $1.289 million for the project. And then we're asking the city to partner with us by providing the plan review and permitting, which has been estimated by our design team to be about $36,000. And then from there, the requests that we have from the city are really broken into two parts. There's the what it would take to partner to make the project, get the project constructed, and the contribution that we're requesting for the construction of the project would be the approval to build the project as proposed on the city's property within the CPC boundary, which would be about 36,000 square feet of coverage, which we have already received confirmation is available, and then also the waive of the permitting fees, whereas the college would secure all the remaining funding required to construct the project. And then the second part of the partnership would be ongoing maintenance of the field, or of the courts. So the way that the CPC is currently constructed, all expenses related to management and scheduling and maintenance of the CPC facilities are handled by the college, offset by any revenue that comes in for field rentals, court rentals, tournaments, anything that we can schedule from outside third parties for the use of the facilities. And then the remainder of that cost is split 50-50 with the city and the college to maintain that. And part of those costs are the annual costs for maintenance. And then part of that is a sinking fund that we keep in place so that these fields aren't, and the courts will not be put out of use. Yeah, you don't want them to fall apart. So a majority of the contribution is actually for the replacement and ongoing scheduled maintenance of the facilities in the future. And showing just a little bit more detail about that, the courts would be, these are the activities that we are including into this budget, the weekly, monthly, and annual maintenance, and then seasonally we have some activities, but really to point out that we are anticipating 5-year, 10-year, and 15-year refreshes, including a major refresh at 15 years. And so the contribution that we're asking of the city to match with the college for the ongoing maintenance includes those expenses, and it's actually the bulk of the expense. So we want to make sure that these courts would be in usable condition for many years. And with that.
Any questions from council? Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Ms. Tilden, thank you for your report, very good. So you've answered who maintains the courts, you say the college does. Who manages the use of the courts, you say the college does, and that's good. You have a donor who's paying for the initial construction. Is the city, since this is city land, is the city protected, and I'm trying to think of the right term, maybe, is the city protected from liability should there be an injury, or are we protected since you're managing the property itself, but it's our property.
I can speak to that. I don't know if you're asking me or somebody else, but I think that
Well, somebody I hope has the answer.
yeah,
is what I'm
the CPC requires us to be mutually insured, listing each other as mutually insured within anything that happens on within the CPC boundary. So, for example, the artificial turf field right now is 50%, well, probably not 50, but half approximately on city property and half on college property. And so we do have an agreement that would need to be modified to include these courts as part of that agreement that would lay out the insurance requirements accordingly.
And you're saying, if I may, Mr. Mayor, you're saying that in 15 years, a refresh, you called it, I like that term, a refresh would be needed on the courts. Using asphalt is, we know in snow conditions that asphalt deteriorates. But in a total refresh of the city would be expected to pay for a portion of that refresh?
So the way that we have structured this, and I don't know if I skipped a slide right here, the annual budgetary request that we have it structured as includes about $9,800 for the annual maintenance and scheduling and the costs related to the courts. But it includes on an annual basis a contribution to a sinking fund that would cover 5-year refresh, 10-year refresh, and 15-year refresh. So it's not a bulk payment at the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
Any other questions?
I have questions for staff and comments.
I had one question. I saw the priorities, for the different usage. Does the students have any priority over the general public outside of those 3 priorities you listed?
The college would have priority for scheduling for academic purposes. So that would be required by Ed Code for us to fund the project.
But not individual students?
But not individual students. It would be our academic programs and the actual schedule for that. We've talked about it a lot internally. We would anticipate having a couple classes a day that we block out for academic classes and then likely work with the CPC group to determine a time that we might want to block out for public use and or tournament rentals, things of that nature. So it would be shared by all, but with priority for our academic classes.
This would be academic pickleball.
We do have academic pickleball. We have 4 credit and non-credit. It's a huge demand at the college and within our community.
And Mayor Bass has his hand raised.
Yes, Mayor Bass.
Similar to the Mayor Pro Tem's question, I'm curious with, I think it's great that the college is there, but what about the Lake Tahoe Unified School District? And I don't know if we have a tennis team at the high school, but I just think it would be great to offer this to the school district so that if they don't have a team, they potentially could make one in the future.
I believe that would be a definite conversation to have if there are certain entities that want to partner in the use of the courts. The college does not have tennis at all, and so that's actually a priority of the donor, and that's why it's incorporated into this project to make it happen overall. But definitely, we would be open. These contributions that we're asking for assumes no third-party entry into funding this and no tournaments. So this is the worst-case scenario, whereas any additions that we can do to the partnership would reduce overall cost.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. We can open this up to public comment.
Hi there, my name is Nick Spiel. I'm really excited to hear about this for the first time. I used to play tennis and would love the opportunity to get back into it and been getting into pickleball a little bit. So I think it would be a great facility in our community. A couple questions I was curious about, perhaps someone could clarify is Measure G just passed on the recent ballot in June, and renews and expands maintenance funding for the Community Play Consortium and other recreational facilities. And I'm not sure if any of that funding is allocated towards this or would be used for some of these items. I'm just curious how that funding source ties into this. I'm also interested in the tennis courts at the middle school. Those are just a few blocks away from here. And I used to play there sometimes, but the parks or the facility is really falling apart. And I don't know if the school has any plans to repair that, or if just if there's been any coordination. But I think there's definitely a demand for tennis courts and pickleball courts in Midtown, but I don't know if there's demand for two, a few blocks away from each other. So I'm just curious if there's any coordination there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Spiel. Ms. Stotterson?
Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. My questions were pretty much along those same lines as Nick's. I was kind of curious why, if it had been considered to refurbish the ones at the middle school, which are quite a large open space, which a lot of community members used for many, many years. Much more accessible for people in a lot of ways, and would be great to get some of the younger kids in. It's wonderful that we have a donor. The ongoing costs seem pretty high to me. You know, I understand that the community is going to have to refurbish this field at some point, but perhaps that should be something that should be, you know, we set aside a community fund where people can donate money to get that done in the future, and the burden really shouldn't be put on the taxpayers without any input on the whole thing. It's a lot of money for both ongoing maintenance and, you know, then your improvements. So there are definitely other places that we could locate this where that money could be much better prioritized, where we wouldn't have to rebuild an entire new area. So if we are going to be spending that much money on annual maintenance costs, perhaps we should be considering refurbishing some of the things we already have here. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
There's no indication on Zoom, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, before we bring it back to council, I just wanted to ask Ms. Roverud if she had any comments on that Measure G question.
I don't have that information readily available today. It is a good question. I don't know if Ms. Chilton, if the college or the CPC incorporated that additional funding into this future budget. But if we don't have that answer today, we can get back to you on it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
These are all good projects, and I support what is being proposed. I think the commentary about the school district, I think each of our agencies needs to do our part. So the city needs to do its part. If there are tennis courts at the school district that need to be refurbished, that's something that the district needs to look at and examine, come up with a plan, and if they want to seek partners in that, they might want to do that. If I were them, I would want to do that. But we all need to do our part and not look to everybody else to do the part that we are supposed to do. That's my only comment, but I appreciate all the comments that have been made this morning. We're not at afternoon yet, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Horgan?
Yeah, I am the voting board member on the Play Consortium, and so I heard this presentation in May. Really impressed with the report as it is today because it's been refined a lot to establish some of the directionality of how reservations work, and really the LTCC use is for academic programming, and that would be during the school year, and it would be during certain hours of the day. So there's a lot of availability for the city and for general public use. I also just want to take a moment to thank the Park and Recs Commission for recommending the project because, of course, when I first heard it, I thought that, you know, it might be a big pull to get to our desk here, and they overwhelmingly supported the project, and I really appreciate watching that meeting and hearing their comments. And you know, to the point about tennis in this community, when I first moved here, we were looking for places to play tennis, and the high school courts aren't available for use for the public. The Tahoe Keys courts aren't available for use to the public. We used the Tahoe Paradise Park a little bit, and we have also used the middle school courts, which are in disrepair. But unfortunately, they aren't our courts to manage, and that would be interesting to find out if there would be some partnership to improve those courts, because I agree with Ms. Otterston, they're very easily accessible, and I enjoyed the use. I guess that's all I want to say. I'm delighted that this has come before us, and I hope that the council sees it as a good project.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, the merits of the project are fine. I think it's a worthwhile thing to spend money on, and I think we should go forward with this item on the agenda. But my concern is not the merits of the item, but the way in which it's brought forward to us. I think I've lost track now of the number of times we've had these one-off requests for funding for particular projects. And this is just not a professional way of allocating resources. We should be budgeting for funding through Parks and Rec this should be a funding choice we make in our permitting permitting schedule, that we say we will discount the permitting for nonprofit requests when they're building things of community value, rather than having this be one by one as each entity individually comes before the council with a project, that is of their favor. This should be general policy that we're executing, not projects in this kind of particular way. It's just not a professional way to do governance. So in terms of expediting this request here, the request is fine, we should approve it now. But this should come back, this type of thing should come back with the master fee schedule, and it should come back with a process that we're going through for Parks and Rec that allows communities to request funding, or that automatically that we decide affirmatively that we're going to waive permit fees for projects of this nature, rather than requesting each institution come before council and request a particular exemption for their particular project. This should be policy that we set and then implement, and then staff implements, rather than doing this one at a time. It's just not a very good way of doing governance. But I'm fine with voting for this and moving ahead. I would just like to see this come back with more professionalism from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Horgan?
I requested to speak. I agree with you, Mr. Robbins, but I also wanted to point out that there is some private funding that we're trying to leverage here, and so I think the timeline might have got pushed up a little bit based on leveraging that private donation.
Sure. And that's an argument for, why this is here, but this should come here with the understanding that we're going to make this general policy, right? Rather than a special thing that we're doing, especially just for the college because they asked and they knew how to ask correctly. The next nonprofit organization that wants to build their, pickleball and table tennis facility and wants to request, permit fee waivers, all that's fine. It shouldn't be something that we're doling out one-off. It should be something that we're setting general policy for. And so I'd like to see this come back and I'm fine with going ahead for this now, but I want to see an item coming back to council for general policy adjustments, so that this becomes something more automatic, rather that we've done by setting broad policy, rather than setting a particular benefit for the college here particularly. I'm fine with the policy being inclusive of what we're about to do. I just don't like the structure in which we're doing this.
Ms. Horgan, you're done with your comment?
And Mayor
Well, I was
Bass
just
also,
gonna
I'm sorry,
say-
Mayor Bass also does have his hand raised
Yeah,
when you're done.
It feels off to say that this is a nonprofit coming before us for a one-off, because we're part of a JPA. This is the Play Consortium.
Right, but then it could come through the JPA requesting funding for them, but what's being requested for us is to waive the permit fees that are the normal permit fees, which is fine, but just like we wanted to waive the permit fees for the swim team, we want to turn that into policy rather than having it be a particular exception for a particular organization. We should say that organizations of this type can have their permit fees waived generally by form or by policy. And that way it's something that we have affirmatively reviewed and approved as a policy measure rather than as a particular benefit in a particular example.
If I could just
Yeah, I was just
comment
going to ask if you could chime in.
on
This
that,
should be handled
um,
somewhere else. All
yeah.
good comments, but I think there's another area where we would be discussing this.
Yeah, we certainly can develop policy direction on fees, fee discounts, fee waivers, anything of that nature. It's a little challenging to think of every possible scenario in the future. But I think with direction from council, if there is a second, we can bring back a discussion as part of our master fee schedule.
Yeah, and I would say that we should structure around something to the effect of, my particular suggestion there would be something to the effect of fee waivers for community benefiting nonprofits requesting construction permit fees, discounts.
So is
Something
that
to that
something we
effect.
should add to the APC, or is that?
I think we can do it, we can second it here now and not wait till the end of the meeting for it.
I'd like to offer a comment.
Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Bass is
I-
still waiting.
I don't, I understand the concern. I support this project. I think it's good that we look at projects on a project basis, because broad policy, like some of those that we have, they're very broad in nature, and I really don't know what they mean. If we're going to do this for the world, I don't know what the detail is, and I think this is not a big ask just to come. Big ask, not just to ask somebody to ask us to deal with the matter. I think you look at it on a project basis. What is it? We have the college. Any college that comes to us with a similar project, we could potentially waive their fees. But I don't think putting broad policy in that says whoever or whatever that we're going to waive it is a good practice. I think the council should play a role in that to decide if in fact, and the public, if in fact that's a community benefit. So that's just my thought. Be careful what you waive, because you don't know what the cost implications long term are. That's the caution.
Good comments, Mr. Jenkins. Mayor Bass?
Yeah, I absolutely support this. I think, though, kind of just similar to my comments before, really trying to work with the school district. I think there may be history that potentially in the past they were part of the consortium, but thinking about more than even pickleball and tennis, there's also soccer there. And I just think for our youth, somehow approaching the school district to see how we can work together and make access for, knowing that the middle school tennis courts are not, in disrepair. If we're going to be building brand new ones right down the road, let's try to make sure that they have access and they can develop programs around this space.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. I think all good comments. I think that Mr. Robbins' concept could also accommodate Mr. Jenkins' concept. I think it wouldn't hurt to have some guidelines. I'm definitely for the project. I think it's wise that it's a day use only, and I'm looking to see if we have a motion.
You have a motion. Pass a motion. I move that we pass a motion approving a waiver of permitting fees of up to $36,000 for the pickleball and tennis courts proposal. Direct staff to budget for annual contributions from the general fund, estimated to be $98.51 towards maintenance staff and $14,000 toward maintenance improvements sinking fund.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can vote. It's going to be
Okay.
verbal.
Yeah. Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries, and I did have a question. Mr. Robbins had put something forward. I didn't get a second for that. Are we waiting to come back at the end of the APC, or would somebody seconding that?
I can second it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what was agreed to. I don't know what.
That's okay. It's been seconded and it'll be brought back.
I know. So in other words, it'll be whatever somebody makes up without us understanding what it is the most, because maybe I'd third it.
It was a policy to bring back a fee waiver and other details which are captured in the meeting video, which will be made part
I
of the
like
meeting
your,
minutes.
I like your explanation the
Yep.
best. Thank you.
Yep.
We move on to agenda item
Mr. Stark.
number 6. Yes, thank you, Mr. Stark. Consider the adoption of the fiscal year 2026-2027 recommended budget. Ms. Tikhomanova.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts, I will kick this item off and then hand it off to the team. This is certainly a team effort. The budget is months in the making. I wanted to thank all of our senior management team for their contributions and effort that they've put in for us to be able to present to you today a balanced budget. This budget also addresses the need for long-term fiscal stability for the city of South Lake Tahoe. This budget does allow for the city to continue with some very important public services that we provide and also conduct some very strategic investments and improvements in our community. The budget does include the expanded snow removal services that were implemented 2 years ago. That includes additional snowplow driver positions in the winter and the contracted sidewalk snow removal that we have done in the last couple of winters. The budget also includes the additional summer seasonal positions to increase our efforts on pothole repairs and other road repairs. This crew also handles all of our other infrastructure repairs in the community, including signage, guardrails, things like that. They do the street striping, street sweeping, and stormwater maintenance activities. The budget does include $2.5 million in roadway rehab work and $1 million in Cape Seal work. That's consistent with our level of funding for roads the last couple of years. There's also included $500,000 for our in-house crews as well as contractors to conduct those roadway repairs, the potholes and crack sealing and things like that. The budget also includes, allows us to maintain the required 25% designated reserve to be used only in emergencies or significant economic events. Wanted to note that the budget also includes the ability for the city to continue making progress on your strategic plan initiatives. We do anticipate updating that strategic plan this winter. However, we are proceeding with budgeting with the current strategic plan priorities. We will be able to continue with the city's affordable housing initiatives, wildfire and defensible space programs. We will be budgeting for conducting an economic analysis to identify second economies. That will be the focus on an economic development strategy. We will also continue the community events that have been very popular, I must say. We'll be continuing our work on the US 50 corridor plan and the traffic calming toolbox. We'll be updating the stormwater master plan, evaluating the feasibility and benefit of joining a CCA to address electricity reliability and costs, and also continue implementing improved connectivity and bicycle safety throughout our community. Those are just a few of the many, many things that the city staff implements throughout the year and will be continuing on with the proposed budget that is before you. So I'm going to hand it over to the Director of Finance, Olga Tikhomarova, and the rest of the senior management team.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robert. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Roberts, Mayor Bass via Zoom, and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Olga Tikhomarova, Director of Finance, and today I will be presenting to you the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 municipal budget for your review and discussion. As Ms. Roberts stated, the recommended budget is balanced, fiscally responsible, and positions the city to continue delivering essential services while making key investments in infrastructure, staffing, and long-term stability. The foundation of this budget is the City Council adopted 2025-2030 strategic priorities. As Ms. Roberts stated, the fiscal 2027 budget continues to allocate resources toward each of these priorities, ensuring that our financial plan supports both near-term needs and long-term community goals. Before we get into the specific numbers and proposed changes, I would like to briefly provide some context for our budget approach. The budget is the city's financial plan for the fiscal year, which runs from October 1 through September 30th. At its core, it aligns the resources we expect to have available with the services, operations, and priorities we plan to fund. We also have several fiscal controls in place. Expenditures must be supported by available resources, and general fund unassigned fund balance is generally reserved for one-time expenditures. Unspent capital and grant appropriations can carry forward when projects continue into the next fiscal year, and significant budget adjustments between funds require council approval. Finally, we take longer-term view through the 5-year financial forecast, which this year covers fiscal year 2028 through fiscal year 2032. This helps us look beyond the current budget year and consider future funding needs, ongoing commitments, and council priorities. Ultimately, the budget process is about aligning available resources with services and priorities that are most important to the community. Little bit about the different fund types that city uses in its everyday financial operations and why the city does not treat all of its money the same way. The largest category is governmental funds. It includes general fund. This fund can be thought of as the city's primary checking account. It provides funding for many of the city's core services and generally has few restrictions on how the resources can be used. Special revenue funds are like savings accounts because resources are restricted and limited to specific purposes. Debt service funds are used to make debt payments, while capital project funds are essentially construction accounts. The city also has proprietary funds that includes enterprise funds and internal service funds, as well as fiduciary funds that are used when the city is holding or managing money on behalf of someone else. These resources are held in the fiduciary capacity and generally cannot be used to fund the city's own operations. Understanding these fund types is important because restrictions and purpose of each fund affect how the city can budget and spend its resources. This fund structure ensures that every dollar is accounted and spent appropriately. Little bit about our budget calendar and budget process. We began developing budget in April of 2026 with departmental submissions, followed by several phases and steps of internal reviews. Today, we're holding this formal budget workshop. One of the items on this agenda is the resolution to adopt fiscal year 2027 municipal operating and capital improvement budget. If council so desires, the budget can be adopted today if no significant changes are requested. If revisions are requested, the budget will return to council for adoption on September 8th. Now, I would like to highlight some key elements of the recommended budget. Personnel continues to be the largest general fund expense, representing approximately 68% of the budget, with approximately $12 million dedicated to pension costs. The budget also includes unfunded accrued liability, or UAL, prepayment, which is expected to generate approximately $143,000 in net savings. Health plan costs are budgeted at 12% increase for 9 months, and we will continue to monitor actual rates as they become available. The budget also maintains $500,000 annual allocation for deferred maintenance and provides funding for capital improvements, streets and snow removal, and city council strategic priorities. On staffing, 2 new positions are requested, bringing the total to 234 full-time equivalent positions. Importantly, the budget maintains 25% general fund reserve requirement, which is approximately $17.3 million for fiscal year 2027. Finally, we developed the budget with the current economic environment in mind, including inflation of 3.4% as of July. Overall, the recommended budget focuses on maintaining core services, addressing priority needs, continuing infrastructure investment, and preserving the city's financial stability. This chart shows the city's total proposed budget across all funds in graphical format. Total recommended appropriations amount to approximately $162 million, excluding $24 million in interfund transfers. This $162 million in expenditure appropriations supported by approximately $127 million in revenues. The resulting $35 million difference is primarily related to multi-year CIP projects and the use of revenues or financing proceeds received in prior years. This chart also provides a city view of where resources are coming from and how they're being spent across operations, capital projects, and debt. The largest revenue sources are transit occupancy tax, property tax, and sales tax, followed by service charges, with grants also representing a significant component across multiple fiscal years. On the expenditure side, the largest category is streets and bike trails capital improvements at approximately $21 million. Streets, this total is split into approximately $16.8 million for streets and $4.2 million for bike trails. This category is followed by police at $18 million. The building and equipment category includes major projects such as the energy upgrade project and Fire Station 3 design. Finally, approximately $11.8 million in the non-departmental and debt service category is related to city and successor agency debt service. That provides a high-level picture of the city's overall budget and where our resources are being allocated. Before we move on, is there any question from council?
I just have one. How do you feel about the non-department and debt service being kind of our 4th highest expenditure? Does that seem appropriate for you?
As I mentioned, the non-departmental and debt service is one of the highest. It includes the debt service for the city and successor agency. Successor agency debt amounts to approximately $5.5 million. City's debt for fiscal year 2027 is approximately $2.6 million. And the remaining costs are, as mentioned in the staff report, includes items such as animal control services for El Dorado County, which is approximately $780,000.
It's okay, you don't have to delineate all of the costs, but I just, in terms of our debt service, I guess, more broadly, are you feeling optimistic about where we are, or, is this trending in the right direction?
And I have a separate slide on debt service. Later in this presentation, I will be happy to provide
Let me, so I have a question as well. Streets and bike trail CIP, $20.9 million. Does that include stormwater? Is that part of the street CIP?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Stormwater is part of
I asked because
street CIP.
we have streets portion in the double asterisk. Streets portion equals 11.4 million. Is the stormwater part of the 11.4 million as well?
Thank you for noticing that, Mr. Robbins. So 11.4 million is streets. It does include drainage and all stormwater projects. However, 11.4 million does not include Pioneer Trail pedestrian project, which was classified as a bike trail project. However, for the most part,
it's kind of both, because it's also fixing the street there, which was a mess. Yeah, that might be more of a, when we build something that fixes both the street and an adjacent bike trail, what do we say it is? Do we say it's a bike project or a street project, and or a drainage project when it includes drainage, a bike, and a street all at once? I bring it up only because, I want to make clear to the public that it's, when we talk about like $11.4 million out of 20.9, it's not that we're literally spending $9 million on bike trails specifically. There are projects that are in the 20.9, but not in the 11, that are street and bike and drainage, and it's just a question of how we've categorized it, but we're just not breaking it down at the level of like, well, the Pioneer Trail, 10% of it is bike, and then being silly about it to the point where we're slicing and dicing to death. But it's not the case that there's just $9 million in bike trail maintenance. That would be a lot of money for bike trail maintenance. That would be great, but that's not what that is. I just want to be clear about that.
Mr.
Yes,
Jenkins, you had a question?
Thank you for your comments so far. Am I correct in saying that when we look at debt service, part of that is the redevelopment agency, when it existed, created bonded debt? And even though redevelopment agencies in California were dissolved in 2012, thank you, Governor Brown, the debt service is tied to tax increment revenue that goes on. So we have a source to pay that we're bonded to pay it off. Once that's paid off, then that revenue will come to the city itself. But that's taken, there's a debt, but there's a revenue source. And it's not like there's just some unfunded debt. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Tedrow?
It is, Mr. Jenkins. We have 3 bonds for the redevelopment successor agency. The last of 3 is being paid off in 2037. So currently there is approximately $47 million in principal outstanding on those bonds. And yes, there is a dedicated funding source, property tax increment from frozen base value. I believe it was around 2000 or 2001 where that property base was frozen. So any excess in property tax beyond that value is received by the successor agency. It's dedicated to pay the debt service for the successor agency. For a while, for about 12 years after the successor redevelopment agency was dissolved, property tax increment was not sufficient to pay successor agency bonds. Based on the bond covenants, TOT from the redevelopment area is pledged as a secondary revenue source to pay those bonds. And we have been supplementing the revenue, increment financing revenue with the transit occupancy tax. However, last year, in 2025, increment has increased sufficiently to be the only source to pay for the bonds. So the city has established a trust fund, a transit occupancy trust fund, in case tax increment is not sufficient to pay the bonds. So we have been setting aside TOT, and there is approximately 2.7 million as of June of this year is available in case tax increment is not sufficient to pay those bonds. It's probably more information that you would like to know.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, for the question, because I understand it much better now, and I appreciate when you take the time. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor Bass, you had a question?
I did, yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, well, first of all, great presentation, and it's great to see a balanced budget. I'm curious, a couple years back, we passed a policy that had to do with holding back funds for grants that we had applied for that we anticipated to have match, and I couldn't find the balance of that for this year, and it may have just been me overlooking in the budget, but I'm curious if you have or know what that number is for this year.
It is, Mr. Bass, it is a little bit later in the presentation. There is a slide on the grants, and I was going to mention it, but since you have asked, yes, in 2001, we have set, council approved the policy where we would set aside grant match when, at the time when grants are brought to city council to approve to apply for the grants. And currently, there is no balance in that grant match set aside because there is currently no grant. There are currently no grants outstanding that would require that match.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
No more questions from council?
Thank you. This table provides a citywide summary of the 2027 recommended budget by fund type. It compares 2025 actuals, 2026 budget, and fiscal year 2027 recommended revenues and appropriations. The far right column shows the projected increase to or use of fund balance for each fund type. The general fund, which supports the city's primary day-to-day operations, is balanced. The Measure S sales tax fund, which is included on the same line item, shows 233,000 use of previously accumulated fund balance to support planned expenditures. For special revenue funds, the 6.7 million use of fund balance is primarily related to the 5 million housing grant received in the current fiscal year, which will be provided as a loan for the Sugar Pine Village project. For enterprise funds, this 656,000 use is primarily related to improvements at the parking garage. Finally, the CIP fund will typically show the use of fund balance because capital projects span multiple fiscal years. Fiscal years 2027 amounts include estimated carry-forwards and previously received funding that will be used for projects in the coming year. Overall, this table provides a high-level view of how each fund type is using available resources to support fiscal year 2027 budget. The next two slides show the composition of revenues and expenditures by fund type. As shown here, general fund is, including Measure S sales tax fund, represents the largest share of citywide revenues at approximately 52%. The special revenue funds include programs such as snow removal, street maintenance, Measure P recreation, tourism improvement districts, and vacation home rental. Two areas worth highlighting are snow removal and street maintenance, where general fund and Measure S resources supplement state funding to support these ongoing programs. Internal service fund funds primarily support services such as health insurance and workers' compensation, while trust and agency funds include successor agency and community facilities district. The city's enterprise funds are, again, airport and the parking garage. The distribution of expenditures generally follows the same pattern as revenues, with general fund and Measure S representing the largest share of citywide spending. The remaining expenditures are distributed across the remaining fund types, capital improvements, special revenue, enterprise, etc. This table shows the city's primary general fund revenues over the 3-year period. Fiscal year 2027 projections exceed both fiscal year 2026 budget and 2025 actuals. These general fund revenues support core administrative and operational services, including police, fire, and portion of streets and snow removal operations. For fiscal year 2027, general fund revenues and transfers in are projected at approximately $71.3 million. This is $2.5 million higher than the fiscal year 2026 budget and $5.3 million higher than 2025 actuals. The increase over the current year is primarily attributable to growth into the city's three major revenue sources. The growth in the current year is primarily attributable in two of the city's three major revenue sources: property tax and transit occupancy tax, as well as increases in recreation revenue resulting from a full year of operations at the new Recreation and Aquatic Center and higher building permit fees. The city's three largest revenue sources, property tax, transit occupancy tax, and sales tax, together comprise approximately 65% of total general fund revenues. Property tax is projected at $13.7 million, city transit occupancy tax at $12.4 million, project area TOT at $8.2 million, and sales tax, including Measure Q, at $11.9 million. The category Other Revenue represents a combined total of approximately $12 million and includes $2.2 million in parks and recreation fees, $3.9 million in public safety fees, including 911 fees, parking citation code fines, and fire department's SNP limit grant. The other revenue category also includes building and planning fees, interest revenue, as well as smaller portions of engineering fees, real property transfer tax, Melrose taxes, reimbursements, internal charges for motor pool division, miscellaneous revenues such as home property tax relief, and state mandated cost reimbursements. Are there any questions?
Mr. Jenkins, yes.
Would you agree that when people improve their property, a single-family home, a business, or new development is a new environmentally sound development is made in the city, that increases the property tax base, and then that base, with the increase, that means there's more revenue to do the general purposes that the general fund is used for. Is that a fair statement to make? That when we improve our property, whether it be commercial or residential, or we get new investment in the community, that raises the amount of money that we have to use for services to the community. And would you agree that's a fair statement?
It is my understanding that when the assessed value increases, the city's property tax revenue increases as well.
And just a second thing that while we don't often talk about it, we have done well. Our city treasurer, Dave Olivo, and he does a better job than I do keeping this mic on. That he does investments, and the revenue from those investments have done well.
Yes, we maximize as much as possible the investments using the conservative approach.
And did you not, I have just one more question. Did you not say that revenue from TOT, transit occupancy tax, is up, and is it projected to be up within the next few years?
So for fiscal year 2027, we're budgeting overall TOT increase across for the whole city area of approximately 765,000. In future years, the increases are projected conservatively. I believe it's between 1% and 3% for TOT. This next year probably will be the final year, hopefully, when all VHRs are approved up to a cap of 900 VHRs, and that will provide us probably the maximum amount of revenue that we could be relying on moving forward.
Mr. Bass was first. Mayor Bass?
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious with the franchise revenue there, are we still, I believe Liberty is still paying what was the old franchise agreement, but is that including the Liberty payment?
It does include Liberty payment, correct?
Okay, and do you happen to know what that is? And if you don't, no worries, just as far as how much the Liberty franchise payment is?
I want to say it's approximately 500,000, but I will double check that number and we'll get back to you to confirm.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, my concern with the projections for the TOT, and we've talked about this at staff meetings, but I want to share my concern with the council as a whole, is that I think there's at least a very good likelihood that we're going to have an AI market crash sometime in the next year, maybe. If I could predict the date and time when that was going to happen, I'd be a billionaire. So, it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future, said Yogi Berra, but I think that it's not an unlikely possibility coming forward, which would mean that would be a significant reduction, that could see a significant reduction in TOT revenue, as a lot of people from the Bay Area that would have spare money to spend these people could be laid off, they could lose investment money and so on, and that would find its way as a potentially very significant drop in tourism coming in sometime possibly in the next year or so. And I think the likelihood of that is quite reasonable. Maybe this isn't the moment for it, but I do want to make sure we talk in this item about contingency planning for a major downturn. I did see the email sent to the, and we talked about this at staff meeting yesterday, obviously, to the budget or the finance committee. We talked about this at length, about making sure we have sort of a plan ready to go, rather than a plan that we're scrambling to make at the last minute, that now while things are stable, we come up with a plan thoughtfully, rather than when tax revenue suddenly stops showing up. And I want to make sure we cover that, because here we're talking about projections that are based on, expanding tourism, based on there being more Airbnbs, which is a net increase in the total number of rooms available, which could also result in a decrease in the room rates because you've added supply. But if we see concurrently a drop in demand, we could see a very sudden downturn. And, we face both these primary effects in terms of tax revenue from TOTs, but I want to make sure in this item we also discussed, we may face secondary effects in terms of if CalPERS, the state retirement fund, which is heavily invested in a lot of these sort of AI kind of non-secure, much more speculative type of investments than what we, the city, are allowed to do, then we may see a significant downturn in CalPERS revenues that requires us to spend and to fund our CalPERS obligations at a higher level if the state loses money through no actions and no choices of our own, which is extremely frustrating.
They're such good budget.
So I want to make sure we talk about that within this context of this item as well.
Ms. Tika-Marova, did you want to address that now or after you're done your presentation?
We can address it now. Thank you so much for bringing it up, Mr. Robbins. Yes.
I'm the harbinger of doom. Just call me Mr. Depresso. That's fine.
As you have mentioned, we discussed it in the context of the Finance Subcommittee concerns and discussions, and I prepared the memo and I can send it to the whole City Council with the fiscal emergency response options. And being with the city and having the experience and having gone through several economic downturns, including the Great Recession in 2010 or 2008, 2010, as well as the COVID pandemic, we had to take measures several times to adjust to the economic reality. We have revised our revenue projections, and based on those revenue projections, we revised our expenditures. And as I laid out in my memo, we have at our disposal several tools. And we have the reserve policies, which we have 17 million set in reserve, and I will cover it a little bit more later in the presentation. We are preparing the financial forecasts, and we monitor closely on a daily basis any potential events that may trigger budget reductions. And we promptly revise our projections, and if needed, we bring to council any proposed revisions to the budgets. Our action will depend on the severity of the economic downturn. For example, we could revise TOT at 5, 10, 20, or 30% down. The same with sales tax decline or property tax slowdown. Based on that, there are several options available at our disposal. For example, categories for reduction could include freezing vacant positions, delaying vehicles and equipment replacements, pausing non-essential consulting services, deferring lower priority capital projects, reducing overtime where feasible, and reviewing subsidies and discretionary contributions to outside entities. So those are all the tools available to review and adjust as needed should the slowdown or significant fiscal distress happens in the economy.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins?
At some point, I was, as I indicated to staff, I was going to ask a few, I have a few questions that you may be addressing later, and if so, then you can answer them later. But one of the things that was raised by one of our members of the audience in the budget itself, and that question of police staffing, and do we have adequate number of sworn police officers to protect our community, or do our mutual aid agreements ensure that we are safe? That's the first question. And let me just touch on these. Any new and within the budget, if we're proposing building new things, new trails, when we have a road system that still needs lots of work, even though we've made improvements, that are we assured that we have adequate funding to maintain those new things that we're building? And we know that in advance rather than find out later that we do or don't. That's the second question. You've talked about, and Mr. Robbins has brought up the resilience issue, and thank you for doing that because I had the same concern. And I'll stop there. There's a couple others, but they probably relate more to other budget. Oh, I want to be sure. I don't know about what the remainder of the council has in mind, but I want to be sure that the Public Works Department has adequate funds in its budget, either by contract or by forced labor, day labor, to maintain our streets in a condition that's safe for pedestrians, it's safe for bicyclists, it's safe for people who drive other forms of transportation. and I just want to be sure that we have enough money in the budget to do that. And this is not about you or any of the people here, but the streets really need help. We've made great improvements. Congratulations, council, staff, but the streets need help, and that's where the bulk of people who come into this town use our streets. I worry about the condition for safety reasons. I worry about, and so do we have enough money budgeted to ensure that streets are maintained all the time, not maintained? That doesn't mean tear them up and rebuild them. So that's a long question. So police staffing and street maintenance are my two key questions.
Ms. Robert, would you like to address?
I know they're easy
Sure.
questions, but
I'll ask our police chief and public works director to chime in. But just in general, I wanted to, assure you that we are providing a significant amount of funding to streets. I could not state that we can ensure or guarantee safety, but I think we do have the funding in place to allow for our staff to be able to utilize that funding to accomplish a significant amount of improvement every summer. And I think that will increase, as you've seen over the last couple of years, as our crews get more familiar with the equipment and prioritizing different areas, inventorying all of the repair needs. That is definitely occurring, and every summer we are getting more efficient at using the funds that the council allocates towards roads in order to make those improvements. We'll start with the police chief, I guess, if you'd like to address kind of police operations and officer staffing.
Sure, thanks for the question. The police department's allocated 76 people to cover a myriad of tasks. There's 44 sworn, and when you break it down beyond me, the lieutenants, the sergeants, we have 28 allocated people assigned to patrol. 2 of those are SROs, 2 of those are Marine safety officers, and 1 of those is a stack officer, and that leaves about 23 to manage patrol operations. And for a community of 22,000 people, we're staffed well. We're expecting that with people coming out of the academy and the retirements coming up, that by the end of 2027, fingers crossed, we'll be fully staffed. There are times where our resources and our staff are strained. Summer is one of those times. Like everybody else, we like to go on vacation in the summer, but everybody comes here on vacation. So we have this dichotomy where we want all of our staff here, but we also want them to take care of themselves. So I guess the crux of your question is, how can council support the police department in our mission to maintain public safety? I think a significant one is, if we have these events that strain our safety resources and we have to bring agencies up from out of the area in a non-declared emergency, if this council would support that funding, that would probably be a significant lift. And I'll leave it at that.
thank you.
Thank you. We will quickly glance at the graph, general fund revenue, 3-year comparison. As you see, fiscal year 2027 revenues are projected to show strong performance across all major revenue categories. And we will next zoom in on the transit occupancy tax revenue and the trends we're seeing across the lodging industry. Based on the most recent data, with June occupancy and TOT received in July, total TOT from hotels and motels is down approximately 13%, or 76,000 compared to June of 2025. This decrease is partially impacted by the Beach Retreat hotel closure for renovation and rebranding. The Beach Retreat collected approximately 124,000 in TOT in June of 2025. We see similar trends in the year-to-date comparison. Through June, hotel and motel TOT is down approximately 11%, or 340,000, compared to the same period in fiscal year 2025. The beach retreat closure accounts for approximately 442,000 of the year-over-year difference. On the other hand, total TOT from property management companies and individual property owners has increased by more than 500,000 compared to last year. This could suggest that some visitors may have shifted to other lodging options following the beach retreat closure, while the return and continued growth of vacation home rentals has also contributed to this increase.
I'm sorry, you said the beach retreat was 400,000?
It's the note at the bottom, 440,000 each is year-to-date
The
paid.
variance,
But the variance in
is-
hotel and motel says 340,000.
how is the variance less than the beach retreat closure?
Well, that could mean that visitors shifted to other hotels and motels
Okay.
within the area.
Go rent a room at a hotel in this town or almost any town, and people are spending hundreds of dollars per night for rooms. Some as high, I've heard 500 or more for motels or hotels. So that, I'm sure, some people may not choose, the price may be too high. And what the hotel industry, not that I'm an expert in this, but the hotel industry, do they not, need to look at that issue and say, you know, maybe if we had a little less, if it was a little less, we'd get more people, and therefore we'd have more occupancy, higher occupancy. Now, I've been hearing down at the Village that they have a pretty good occupancy level. It's in the other smaller properties where there's less, which I don't say I completely understand that, but that's what I've heard. Is that, have you heard anything similarly to that?
We produce reports, monthly reports for all occupancy for all 120 hotels citywide. We don't zoom in on, actually, we do zoom in on zones in the city as well as different hotel tiers. Those reports are available on the city's website. I must say that it varies from month to month, so there is no specific trend.
Thank you.
Single trend. Any more questions?
Yeah, so we really haven't seen then a significant, I'm looking here, total collections year on year were up all of 3.1%, which is less than inflation. So we have not seen any significant net increase in TOT revenue as a result, as that has happened subsequent to returning Airbnbs in large numbers to the community, right? And this is relatively consistent with when Measure T happened. We didn't see a significant loss in TOT revenue then either. It really just hasn't affected revenue change. It just affects where people choose to go. They still come if they want to come. That seems to be the conclusion here.
As you stated, TOT shows an increase between 3 and 4%. Specifically, restricted Measure P TOT increased by 4%. We have only approximately 600 VHR rooms, 700 VHRs in operations right now, so it's not a full season. I believe those new VHRs came online not too long ago, so the beginning of the year, we had very few VHRs in operations, and once we reach the cap of 900 VHRs, I believe we will have a better understanding of the impact of VHR returns. At this time, there are too many variables in play to say whether VHRs caused people to shift from hotels, motels, or again, we will have a better picture probably in a year or two. However, I also would like to go into some details regarding the rooms rented. This may show a little bit additional, provide some additional information on the trends we're seeing. So year to date, we show that there is an overall reduction in hotels and motels rooms in the current year. And we have also identified that potentially some of this reduction could be due to the beach retreat closure that was included in the last year totals. So we came up with the remaining variance in the rooms rented. We also show the data in the changes in rental agent VHR managed rooms. We're seeing that those rooms have been increasing. And the new data that became available just starting April of this year is the owner-managed VHR rooms. This new data reflects council ordinance amendment requiring all property owners to report rooms rented. So the remaining variance in the hotels, motels is less than the new rooms that we are seeing in the lodging industry. All these detailed reports are available on the Finances webpage with the most recent reports for June and July occupancy. Does council have any more questions?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission.
Okay.
I want to touch on something that I've touched on in the past, and that relate to the amount of money that is spent in our name for transportation services. California, the state of California allocates funds called Transit Development Act, TDA funds. Those funds, every city in California has those funds allocated in its name. Some go directly to cities where there's not regional transportation, and some then go to regional agencies, as I'm told. In a quick review, it appears that California, great state of California, allocates about $1.9 million annually. Am I correct here? For transit purposes, in theory, to benefit the city of South Lake Tahoe. And is that a fair number?
Yes, that does sound like approximately the number that is provided from the state to our Metropolitan Planning
Yeah,
Agency, which is TRPA.
Yeah, which is
The amount is allocated by county, but there is a portion that is dedicated to the Tahoe Basin for the counties within California, which includes the city as part of El Dorado County.
Well, in fact, I thought I was informed in the past that some of those funds allocated to the regional transit agencies goes to operate transit services between here and Nevada, but I don't know the veracity of that, but I guess the point that I'm making here, I guess the question relates. In addition, the city spends, the last time I checked, is this not true, about $650,000 annually, and I think it's projected to go higher, about over $1 million. Directly to transit within the city limits, so that the city in its name, if you will, is spending about $2.9 million, or is being spent in our name by us or by the state of California for transit services in the city limits. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the funds you were referring to previously, the 1.9 million, that's the Transportation Development
TDA
Act
money,
funds.
yes.
Those are utilized for transportation in the Tahoe Basin. The TRPA allocates those to Tahoe Transportation District and Placer County, who are the two public transit operators.
Yeah, but the city itself is. Go ahead.
If I could just finish. They utilize those funds within the context of their budget for the whole system. And it is true that that does include some transit services in Nevada. This is an issue that has certainly been at the top of our list on transit to address with TTD and TRPA. They are aware, they're sensitive to the concerns that we have for how those funds are spent. The South Tahoe, South Shore Transit JPA has also been having conversations about those funds and how we can get more influence, I'd say, in how those funds are spent to ensure that they are spent to improve transit within California where they were generated. The second number you referred to, we have included in this budget the 1.1 million, I believe, that the city has committed to provide to the SSTMA for their operation of Lake Link. And with that contribution came the expansion of Lake Link citywide.
So the question, the follow-up question is this, that if the city of South Lake Tahoe that's allocated in its name by the state of California, these TDA funds, if those funds were available, if there was decisions made that would make those funds usable within the city limits, the city could, those funds could be used for those, for the transit purposes within the city limits. If instead of, and there's been, I've heard talk about this now for almost 2 years. So talk is great, and I think that's, you know, we're all getting along and holding hands, but talk is great, but results are better. And I would hope that I would hope in the budget in the next year that we can get our friends to help us use funds that are being sent to the region in our name for transit services that benefit the people who live here, first and foremost. That's just, and I think you're saying that you agree. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I think you agree. But we can't keep just talking about it. We got to figure out a way or ways that we might be able to achieve that. And that's I guess that's my question and my hope.
Okay, if I may ask, request of, in respect for Ms. Tika Marova, she's not even halfway through her presentation. If we may keep our questions short and concise, and those that require a lot of discussion, we could wait until after public comment as well, please.
This slide shows general fund expenditures over the 3-year period. For fiscal year 2027, general fund expenditures amount to approximately 71.3 million, which is a decrease of 2.8 million from the current year. The decrease is driven primarily by a reduction in one-time capital transfers, which is partially offset by increases in departmental and non-departmental costs. Approximately 1.5 million of the increase is attributable to salary and personnel-related costs. This includes an anticipated 2% increase in part of ongoing labor negotiations and 12% increase in health care costs. The city is currently obtaining quotes for 2027 year, but the final rates are not expected until September. If the actual costs are lower than the budgeted, we will address the contingency that we utilized in the budget. We will include it with the adjustments at mid-year. The increase of 1.5 million in salary and personnel cost is also attributable to the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability, or UAL, which was budgeted at approximately 250,000 based on projections from the prior year's actuarial reports. The new actuarial reports, however, released just recently, a couple of weeks ago in August 2026, indicate that UAL increases approximately 40,000 lower than currently budgeted, and we will include it with the mid-year adjustments as well. The graphical representation of general fund expenditures by department, we see that the largest share continues to be dedicated to city core services, police, fire, and public works. Public works is reflected both here within the individual departmental category as well as in transfers out, where we transfer funds for snow removal and street maintenance. Parks and recreation expenditures increased in both 2026 and 2027, reflecting the staffing and operational costs associated with the opening and ongoing operations of the new recreation center. This table breaks down general fund expenditures by both department and spending category, as in prior years, and as mentioned previously, the largest share is dedicated to public safety, public works, and transfers out, reflecting the city's commitment to essential services such as police, fire, streets, and snow removal. The largest expenditure category, 68% for personnel. This represents a 2% increase from the prior fiscal year. And we will look at the personnel cost in greater detail on the next slide. Contractual services account for 9% of general fund spending. This category includes items such as animal control services provided by El Dorado County, audit services, software subscriptions, county property tax admin fee, a grant-funded contract, third-party plan checks, maintenance contract, outside repairs, janitorial services, and snow removal for sidewalks and parking lots. The other operating category represents 11% and includes utilities, supplies, travel and training, liability insurance, printing, taxes and fees, postage, and uniforms. Overall, this slide demonstrates that the primary purpose of the municipal government is to provide essential services to the community, including police, fire, parks and recreation, public works, capital improvements, and development services, along with the administrative functions that support those services, such as human resources, legal, finance, and communications. As I mentioned, personnel costs remain one of the largest components of the general fund budget. Personnel cost includes salaries, benefits, and pension contributions, and have remained relatively consistent share of overall general fund expenditures over time. When we look at the general fund salaries and benefits by department, police, fire, and public works continue to comprise the majority of these expenditures, representing approximately 72% of total personnel costs. Total staffing dedicated to general fund is approximately 191.45 full-time equivalents. This is an increase of 2.85 FTEs from the current year. Some of this growth reflects mid-year and other adjustments made over the past 9 months. As mentioned earlier, the proposed budget, it adds 1 full-time fire safety inspector position and 1 part-time information technology technician dedicated to GIS. The city has a total of 234 FTEs. Of this total, approximately 43 FTEs is assigned to other programs and funds such as snow removal, streets, vacation home rental, housing, parking garage, and the airport. Some of these programs I have to mention in whole or in part are supported by general fund. These slides represent 3-year history of actual and budgeted transfers to other funds, including the proposed transfers for 2027. Transfers between funds, between the general fund and other city funds, are a routine part of the budget process and ensures that legal and operational requirements of each fund are met. For 2027, general fund transfers out total approximately 6.8 million, which is 6.1 million less than the current fiscal year. The decrease primarily reflects one-time capital transfers included in the current year that were funded with budget savings from the prior fiscal year and are not repeated in 2027. The primary recipient in the recommended budget is the debt service fund at $2.5 million. These funds will be used to meet the city's outstanding debt obligations, including 2014 pension obligation bonds, 2012 certificates of participation, 2014 Harrison Avenue lease revenue bonds, both of which were used to finance road improvements. The debt service also includes 2024 energy savings project financing.
Just to be clear, that the biggest single line item there, as I understand it, is the rec center at 3.4 million a year, right?
The rec center is not included on the slide because it's funded from Measure
Oh, it's not
P,
the- it's not
transit
general-
occupancy
it's not
tax.
it's not general fund
It is
debt
not-
service,
correct.
it's Measure P debt service, and we've split the debt services up by fund from which the debt is being serviced.
Correct. It's a dedicated source. Voters passed Measure PTOT additional 2%, which was dedicated to construction and operations of the recreation center. So Measure P is a dedicated funding source for that debt service.
Okay, so but in terms of debts being serviced through all sources, it's the biggest single debt item right now, that's what
At
I'm
this
seeing
time,
on
correct.
slide 42 here, way in the
Correct.
future. Okay.
Other transfers from the general fund includes transfers to street maintenance, snow removal, housing, stormwater management, and long-term capital replacement fund.
Can I ask you a
Yes.
question on that side? So the housing long-term rental incentive is, that 45,000 was a plus up in the program, that was the amended budget. Is there a reason why that is not in the proposed budget? Is it because that was a one-time?
This was a one-time,
Yeah.
staff brought it to council when the funds
what I
were
thought.
running out. Funds were allocated. I believe funds are still available in that program, and
Yeah.
at this time, we're not requesting additional funding.
And then, same question for the health insurance fund. That was related to some changes in the health insurance that occurred last year, and we don't have our,
That is correct.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we had a special assessment of approximately 1.7 million that we had to fund. We had some interest earned in that fund. We do not require any additional transfer in the current year.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
Quick question also, on the general fund bonds, the 2016 Series A lease revenue bonds for the redevelopment project area, is that the bond repayment that is for which there is a condition on lift ticket taxes at the Heavenly redevelopment project? Because there was a condition that wouldn't be viable until a bond was paid off. I want to know if that's the bond which is scheduled for payoff at the end
This
of
is-
25-6.
This is actually for CFD, Community Facility District bonds, 2007. Those bonds are not considered the city's debt, and it's not included in this presentation. Those bonds are mentioned briefly in our financial statements. Again, it's stated that it's not the debt of the city. We are servicing those bonds from the proceeds that we receive on assessments on properties within that community facilities district.
Is that the debt that's as the redevelopment district rather than the city when we sometimes sit here and then like reconvene as the same people, different name? The successor agency?
Well,
Yeah.
it is also not the successor agency debt. It's a
not.
different bond issuance that we're also servicing. So community facilities districts is the district within the redevelopment area. That is correct. And all properties, including timeshares, are obligated to pay towards those assessments. So there is approximately 900,000 collected in CFD assessments every year, and the majority of this funding goes to service 2017.
So then,
bonds.
the line item 1 on slide 42, that's not the bond issuance that holds up lift ticket taxation, conditional lift ticket taxation. That's a
It does
different
not.
bond issuance
It
with
does
a
not.
similar name, but different.
Correct.
That bond, though, the one that is associated with that, when is that scheduled for payoff
I
then?
believe it is scheduled to pay off in 2033, but I will
33,
double
okay.
check that and get back to you.
Okay. I had hoped there for a split second that I was reading something more happy.
No, that's an important.
Oh,
point.
yeah, for sure.
You make an important point.
It's why I read the details.
I know you're a detail man at the end.
Thank you for the questions, Council. We will now move on into Measure S, Sales Tax Fund. The revenue from Measure S is projected at approximately 8.3 million, and we are allocating 8.6 million in appropriations for critical needs. This amount includes the use of the fund balance accumulated in prior years. Appropriations in this fund include 2.5 million for road rehabilitation, an additional 1 million for Cape Seal road maintenance, and 548,000 for in-house or contracted street repairs. Measure S also provides 953,000 for debt service on snow removal equipment and 557,000 for expanded snow removal operations. And I must mention that Measure S funding transferred to streets and snow removal operations looks lower compared to prior year. This is because we're using available fund balance in street and snow removal funds. We had a light winter, so we were able to accumulate some savings in the current fiscal year in the snow fund, and as well as from interest earnings. So we're using that fund balance. However, we're still allocating 1 million in expenditures for road repairs and 700,000 for expanded snow removal operations in those programs. On public safety side, Measure S funds 7 firefighters, 1/2 of battalion fire battalion chief position, and 1 police lieutenant position for a total of approximately 1.8 million. These allocations are consistent with the voter-approved purpose of Measure S, continuing to support road infrastructure, snow removal, and public safety. And for more detailed information on Measure S usage, please visit Finance Department's webpage, Measure S Tax Accountability, under Finance Department on the city's website. And with that, I will turn now to departmental highlights. I invite each department head to briefly summarize key elements of their proposed departmental budget.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Blankenship.
Okay, so I get the first 2 sides. So City Council. City Council are responsible for setting the city's direction, representing our community, and making responsible policy and budget decisions. Through the budget, ordinance, and direction to staff, Council helps move city strategic goals and community priorities forward. This year, we're continuing to invest in Granicus because it helps us keep our meetings organized, transparent, and easy for the public to follow. We're also supporting Spanish interpretation services so more residents can participate in council meetings and feel included in the public process. These investments reflect our commitment to open, accessible, and accountable government. And, whoops. Thank you, Olga. All right, City Clerk's Department. The City Clerk's office is often where the public connects directly with their local government. My office is responsible for making sure agendas, minutes, public notices, records, and election information are available, accurate, and accessible. Our 26-27 operating budget is $73,000, not including salaries and benefits for city clerk and assistant city clerk. Most of that funding supports public access tools such as our online document portal, public noticing, and agenda and records access. It also includes approximately $33,000 for anticipated election costs. With a 2-person team, we continue to support hybrid city council and planning commission meetings, including remote public participation and Spanish interpretation services. And that's all from City Clerk's office.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship.
Can I just ask a quick question? For the Spanish interpretation services, do we receive data on how often that's accessed?
No,
Is there-
Zoom doesn't capture that.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I got one question as well. I know we're dealing with a situation where Michelle is running and we also have somebody else. Is there a need to have a small allocation to bring on, let's say, a second assistant city clerk so that the time between now and whoever gets elected, that they've been able to train with Ms. Blankenship? And I just think there could be some value in that. And I'm curious, Ms. Blankenship, if that's something that you would
Yeah,
want
that's
or
something I
support.
actually started discussing with Ms. Tiamirova and our human resources downstairs, and we have a plan in place to get some city clerk overlap
Okay,
until
great.
we can hire an assistant city clerk after the election, if needed.
Very good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, oh, my slide deck is up there, okay. So city attorney's office, the city attorney handles all legal activity for the city and also oversees the risk management program. The city attorney has a number of statutory duties provided by state law. Additionally, the city attorney's office oversees the workers' comp program, the ADA coordinator function, worker safety, liability claims, and renewal and procurement of insurance. The main function of the city attorney's department is to support all of the strategic goals of the city because we help advise all of the city departments. For the 2026-2027 budget, one of the longstanding goals of the city attorney's office is to minimize outside counsel costs. As the council's already aware, you have two attorney positions in the city attorney's office which are utilized where claims are likely to fall below the city's self-insured retention. Oftentimes, the city attorney's department will handle that in-house, and Dan has been particularly successful in litigating a number of cases to closure personally. Any questions?
City manager?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
I have a great respect for the city attorney's office and the assistant city attorney. I think they're people of great character. We're spending approximately $100,000 a month on legal services that if you base it on, if you look at what the budget is, and the model that we use to provide legal services is uncommon for cities of our size. Cities under 25,000 in California, go on Google search or go on whatever you want, whatever search, and you'll see that. Contact the League of California Cities. That's what you'll find. I would hope that at some point that we have a conversation about how we provide legal services. There are firms in California that are they're some of the finest law firms that cover the myriad of issues that face local communities, and their expertise in all of them. As we all know, just as when we go to a doctor, the doctor, you go to your GP, but he doesn't do ears or eyes or nose or heart or feet or whatever. There's some advantages to having a firm that has all that expertise in-house. And I hope at some point that we could have a discussion about that. But beyond that, I'm very happy with the current situation that we're in right now. I'm going to support the city attorney's budget. I just wanted to make that comment.
City manager?
Thank you. City manager's office is primarily focused on supporting all of the departments within the organization and maintaining a focus on the essential city services that the city provides to our community, as well as the strategic priorities set by the city council. We do have several areas of services that the city manager's office has staffing lead on. That includes communications and government relations, human resources, sustainability, data innovation and GIS, transit, economic development, and the airport management. A couple of highlights for this fiscal year. I already went through some of the strategic priorities that are funded through the proposed budget. I also wanted to point out that we will be implementing in the next couple of months a 311 citizen request management system. This is an opportunity for the public to submit issues and concerns to the city through a single portal rather than trying to figure out which department they need to talk to first, and allows for two-way communication and tracking of all of those issues to the point of resolution. So we're looking forward to that. That should be launching in a couple of months. As I mentioned in my opening statements, we're also looking forward to developing an economic development strategy with the City Council, with all of the public and business outreach that we've been doing, and analysis of our economic condition to determine which economies or industries we should be focusing on to retain and expand. The budget includes a continuation of our employee recognition program and also our contracts for video production and graphics production to support all of our public communications, as well as an intern to support our single-person department of public communications within the city manager's office.
Next is Finance Department. The Finance and Information Technology budgets support the city's day-to-day financial operations as well as its citywide technology needs. A significant portion of the budget is dedicated to personnel supporting functions such as accounting, budgeting, financial reporting, revenue collection, purchasing, grants, cash and debt management, and IT services. The budget also includes software subscriptions, professional and audit services, budget and financial reporting awards, and other technology reporting and compliance needs. In fiscal 2027, one of our priorities will be to continue the continued pursuit and administration of grant funding. In fiscal year 2026, the city applied for 13 grants totaling more than $39 million. To date, 5 grants totaling approximately $3.6 million have been received, with 7 applications totaling approximately $31.4 million still under review. The Finance Department currently manages 43 active grants. In the next fiscal year, we will complete the transition to the new city's new financial system and continue to support cybersecurity, software, and other citywide technology needs. Finally, we will continue our focus on transparent financial reporting, long-term financial planning, and providing timely financial support to the City Council and departments. This effort will ensure the city has accurate financial information, strong internal controls, and the technology and resources needed to support effective decision-making and the delivery of city services. And I will turn it over to Police Department.
Good morning. I just wanted to kind of give a brief overview of the police department. We have a litany of things that are community expectations and statutory mandates. So let me explain how we cover those things. So our police department is broken down into 3 divisions: the operations division, the support division, and the administrative division. Some of the tasks that are handled by our operations division are patrol, our stacks officer in collaboration with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless and Sierra Mental Wellness, our school resource officers, the Marine Safety Unit, the Crisis Response Unit, which consists of SWAT and CNT, and special events planning. The support division includes the detectives who cover a list of crimes that include homicide, high-end assaults and batteries, sexual assault, child crimes including sexual and physical abuse, property crimes, fraud and white-collar crime, and cannabis control. And let me touch on that one real quick. I think there's our cannabis control, there's a misunderstanding that that's a dedicated full-time position for just cannabis control, and that funds that detective position. So support division also oversees evidence, the joint dispatch center, our background investigators, and recruiting. The administrative division handles all the other stuff. The CSOs, who handle the quality of life investigations, enforcement, and patrol support, VHR permitting, investigation and enforcement, vehicle nuisance abatement, parking ambassadors and parking enforcement, false alarm enforcement, records request, policy, accountability, and the Police Advisory Commission. For next year's budget, we're looking at the purchase of 4 patrol cars that have aged out or have high mileage. We are looking at 2 parking ambassador vehicles because they are running on a couple of high mileage and ancient, one ancient Tahoe and one ancient F-150, to the point that one's limping along with like a borrowed transmission from Napa. We'll likely replace those with a hybrid or EV depending on price, availability, and logistical support for those. We're also going to request the ability we'll pick up Axon software support for interview system. Our old system was 10 years old. As far as investigation software, we're looking at an AI platform to assist detectives in current cases, cold cases, and we'll see what else happens. I was talking to the district attorney today about another region-wide AI platform that would kind of consolidate other investigative leads region-wide. We're looking at doing a lighting and paint upgrade to the parking structure this year. We've spent the last few years doing the structural upgrades, doing the parking system upgrade, and so this year we want to put paint and lights in it, so it's more welcoming and less Soviet brutalism. We're also looking at adding annual physicals for the police officers that are on par with the ones that the fire department contracts for. Currently, we have physicals available through Barton. This company adds an enhanced physical for our officers that the list of services they offer is like a page and a half long. So we're looking to align with the fire department and how to have our officers maintain their physical fitness and monitor that. And as far as training goes, we look forward to continued support for post-training and non-post training. We have 76 employees allocated to the PD, and I think that we manage our training budget with good stewardship. So, any questions?
Yes.
Sir.
Just a quick note, as much as I'd love to credit the Soviets with brutalism, it's actually Swedish, but that's besides the point. I would like a second from a council to bring back as I don't want to take time on it now, to bring back a further discussion on the AI in the use of police investigations and activities, since you just mentioned it. I'd just like to learn more about what that's about and have more opportunity to ask questions about it, but I don't want to eat budget time talking about, what's normally supposed to be a budget issue right now, talking about it. So if I have a second for that.
I will second.
Okay, good.
Mr. Robbins, if I could just make a suggestion that it may be worthwhile to sit down and have a conversation with the police chief, and so you can get all of that background education
I'm fine having
information
that as a preliminary meeting
initially.
as well, but I want to have, this needs to be a discussion that's also held with the public, but I think it would also be wise for all of us to have the opportunity to have get a heads up before that meeting as well, before a council meeting on that topic. The item I actually that I had planned to ask about, though, was about, we had at council talked several times about allocating for a bike cop position, and I just wanted to get an update on where we are. I mean, this summer's come to is almost closed, so it's kind of moot for this. We are rapidly approaching moot for this season, but the future will come. Next summer will come one way or another. So has there been any motion on being able to allocate or fill a position for a bike cop to patrol the bike trails in our town?
So this year we posted 2 slots for Saturday and Sunday for overtime. And like I mentioned before, our officers end up with the overtime fatigue because of the season. Few of those slots were filled. But that's what we did this year, as we have people that are going to the academy. So like I said, we have allocated positions and we had filled positions. So with moving people to the boat, sending people to the academy, we had a lot of moving parts. So that was the play we made this year.
I was going to say adjutant, because that's not the right word. It was the use of retired officers in temporary positions. I forget the name for that term.
The annuitant?
Annuitant, not adjutant, annuitant. And we recently ran into limitations for that we were using in some of our spaces as well.
Indeed.
So that opened up, or forced open new hiring positions. So the positions were opened up as overtime positions. Is there any consideration for opening that up as just another full-time position? So it's not necessarily being done through overtime, it's being done through regular time?
Yeah, we had that discussion, and I think we're at a spot with, with our staffing and taking the overall perspective of the city budget into place, that's, we're probably good. Like I said, next year, fingers crossed, we'll be fully staffed, and we might be able to see if we can do that. And I think there was a follow-up discussion that Lieutenant Crivelli had with, I think it was you and Mayor Bass, about, the bike officers don't usually roll single, they usually roll double, and I think that's a heavy lift right now, looking at the city budget as holistically.
You mean,
And if I could just
having
add-
a bike patrol consisting of two bike officers at a time, you mean, when you say roll double? Presumably they're rolling on two wheels, not unicycles. I assume that's not what you're referring to.
If I could just add, Chief, I believe that you floated a seasonal position maybe in the spring, but did not receive any applicants. So I think, that's a little bit of the challenge. A bike patrol would be only really necessary in the summer. So in order to fill those positions, or allocate those positions, I'll say, that it would be 2 new patrol officers full-time year-round, and they would be utilized for other duties in the wintertime in order to accomplish the need for 2 officers working together in the summer on a bike patrol, and to actually be able to fill those positions with people that would take the job.
Could we get we've got, it sounds like, in practical terms, just because the summer is coming to a close, whether we like it or not, we've got the winter to figure out some bike staffing situation for next season. Could we get an update on efforts to fill a bike patrol position and have that briefed to council sometime by spring? By early spring, late winter, so we can just see where we're at in being able to fill
do
that
that
as a
now?
position. What's that?
Can I do that now?
Oh, sure, then, yeah,
We
okay.
posted a temporary bike
Yeah.
officer position seasonally on the city HR page.
Yeah.
We had no responses.
Okay.
Chief, thank you for the job that you and your department does for our city. You, in comments made earlier, I asked the question whether you have adequate staffing and patrol in the department to ensure that we're safe. And I thought I heard you say that you may need extra dollars, you may need dollars for extra help. Could you expand a little bit on what you meant by that?
So circumstantially, we were probably at our limit for 4th of July. We were asked to, staff the parade, and then we still have to staff the after party, which goes till 2 a.m. So organizationally, we're stretched pretty thin that day. Some of you are aware that we ended up closing Timber Cove Beach. It's those requirements to have the additional staff that I may ask for money for, where I contract with, let's say Folsom PD, and I go, hey, can you send up half a dozen cops? And then I ask, and then they're like, okay, this is what they cost to send them up, plus their vehicle time, the hotel stay, et cetera, et cetera. That's the support I'm talking about. Outside of a declared emergency, I don't think there's reimbursement from the state.
Since we're ending the summer, is that something that you'll be looking at as we proceed into the next year? And should you find that you in fact need those services, that you would come back through the manager to request additional funds if they are needed.
That's correct. We're already having the discussion. We started this discussion on July 5th.
Ms. Horgan?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my question, but I would hope that would be under your authority to elicit some support on 4th of July, but that wasn't my question. Based on public communications earlier, do you see an opportunity or need for additional officer to do traffic, but then also aren't the CSO officers also able to support your traffic needs in the city? Can they be redeployed for traffic control or?
So our CSOs don't have the authority to stop and detain. They cannot do traffic stops. So we need sworn officers for that. So they do assist with our traffic control. When we get into the back end of that stuff, if we're towing a car, if we're booking some property, they'll assist with that. That's where they provide our support. As far as the traffic officer, there's a lot of moving parts, often daily. One of our motor officer was moved to the boat at the end of the season. We're going to have to probably select another motor officer, but that only happened a week ago. So we have a dedicated motor unit that does traffic, including we have a team that does the high-end traffic and collision investigations. So that team is there. Most of our officers are pretty traffic oriented. As far as addressing the individual neighborhood issues that pop up here and there, we're pretty nimble. We've been able to address, there's been stuff that's come up about the keys. We had already been on that for the rest of the summer, or prior to the rest of the summer. And then that's just the nature of the beast. We move around when we need to move around, and we get directed enforcement.
Okay. So it sounds like you don't identify right now that there's a gap in your department to
Not
meet
right
that
now.
need.
If-
Okay.
If we get to the end of 2027, we're fully staffed and we're not able to meet our the community expectations or our mandates, I'll say something.
Okay, and then I have one question that I'll ask also of Chief Drennan. Last year, when you were addressing your budget needs, you reduced your training dollars. Did you see any adverse effects of that, or was that a reasonable approach?
Is that for me or for the-
I think you both did. What I recall is, cutting back a little bit in training. Was it only for fire last year?
I don't recall specifically what we did last year, but like I said, we're pretty astute at what we're doing with our training budget. We have a lot of people moving here and there. I'd have to look back at last year's budget to see what it was.
Yeah.
What was cut back
But you
to.
feel like your team has enough money for training and that you're all able to have your readiness at a high level?
Correct. And
Okay.
we're still sending people to training, and we're almost near the end of the fiscal year.
Mayor Bass, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm curious with the VHR, the additional VHR enforcement that we've added, since we passed the new VHR ordinance, what is the full cost of that in your budget? And I know that part of may have been on the slide, but what is that number?
I don't know what that is in its entirety.
Okay.
I'll refer to the finance director.
The total cost of VHR budget, including all expenditures, is approximately 1.2 million.
Okay. And you may not have it, Ms. Tikamarova, which is fine, but do we know the breakout that's going directly to the police department for enforcement?
I do not have this number handy, Mr. Bass.
Okay. My curiosity with this is basically because I think that when we look at the additional money that's been brought in from VHRs and then the enforcement cost, I think we're, maybe close or possibly spending more on enforcement than we're collecting in the TOT. And why that, to me, matters is because I think we should be looking at using some of those enforcement officers for more than just VHRs, and it brings up the idea of bike officers. And I know that they don't have the ability when they're not sworn to detain, but they could be doing community safety, and if a police officer is needed, be dispatching them. And I'm just thinking about VHR enforcement through the middle of the day. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of calls to come in for VHR problems through the day. So could those CSO officers not be on bikes and when they do get a call to a VHR, even respond by bike when possible. And again, I know that we allocate those positions for VHRs because the money's coming from VHRs, but it's really been a hit to our overall general fund. When we brought in the same amount of TOT before we had this cost, now we're basically, let's just call it 800,000 of that 1.1 million is going to enforcement. We've basically taken an $800,000 hit to the general fund is what I'm saying. And so it'd be great to see those services used for more than just VHRs. And is that something you think is possible?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we don't take like a myopic approach to the CSOs. Let me just go down the list. They do parking violations at Heavenly and Lakeside residential and permit programs. They issue administrative citations for the shared mobility devices. They chase around the illegal food carts and illegal vendors. They do administrative citations for snow that includes sidewalks, dumping snow on city property, snow sites and tows, disabled vehicles, impeding snow operations, sign violations, graffiti, illegal dumping, enforcement, administrative citations for plastic ordinance violations, zoning violations. They book property. It's anything in violation of the city code that can be handled by non-sworn, including illegal camping, administrative citations for false alarms, administrative citations on behalf of the Marine Safety Unit for commercial boat violations. In the nuisance abatement process, they do abandoned vehicles, RVs, and campers. They take care of nuisances like trash, junk, debris, vacant lots, abandoned vehicles, etc. Those investigation administrative citations for non-compliance with those violations. They've taken care of the administrative process for abandoned properties and issue administrative citations for non-compliance with these violations. Some of their administrative functions are permits for residential parking permit programs. They do live scanning and fingerprinting. They deal with the appeals packet build out and evidence for all the administrative hearings for the administrative hearing officer. And they do traffic control for police and fire agencies. They handle road closures during snow impact or special events. They handle some traffic collisions, particularly name exchanges. And then we have partnerships with other city departments. We administer citations for developmental services, some citations for the fire department, some citations for Clean Tahoe requests. We collaborate with South Tahoe Refuse for some of the bear violations and trash violations. And we administer administrative citations for finance for a business operating without a license, and also help with the defensible space violations for fire. So the eight CSOs that we have spread amongst the 7 days of the week are pretty busy.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And they cover so many things. So I imagine adding anything more to that list is a lot, but I'm also just wondering with, in the summertime, we're looking at a kind of a small window of having 2 bike officers. Do you think that could, with them fulfilling some of those roles you've just spoken of, you don't see that could be feasible to use CSOs as those bike patrol officers?
Well, we would have to deprioritize something else.
Sure. Okay. And 8 is fully staffed, or are we still trying to fill positions on CSOs?
I think we're still filling a position.
A position. Okay. And then my other question relates to the 4 new vehicles. I know as we've looked at the EV transition, and that's definitely one of our priorities, one of our biggest challenges there has been our own infrastructure within house to charge these vehicles. But are we starting to analyze now being able to use the infrastructure in the town? There's Tesla chargers at the Y, Harrison Avenue. I know there's more projects being deployed. We have the chargers behind B of A. Has it been looked at as like a patrol officer with those superchargers? You can bring the battery back to full charge in 20 to 30 minutes. Or if you stop just for 10 minutes, it's bringing it back halfway. Have we looked at deploying those, not just using what's the charging infrastructure at the police station, but using the charging infrastructure through town?
Specifically, no. I mean, we've looked at this conversation's been going on for a couple of years about the electric patrol cars, and our one electrical wire that's susceptible to power outages often is the thing that our fleet would be reliant on to maintain its mobility. In times of crisis, I think there's another issue, that's the transfer of energy. You talk about when Caldor came in, we were able to fuel outside agency, our agency, and we did it all at one gas station where an entire, I'm going to call it an energy unit, right? A gas tank full of energy is transferred in less than 5 minutes, where that same 700 and something kilowatt hours of energy takes, 20 minutes if it's a Tesla. And then even a Tesla, they found, the agencies that are driving them have found that the software in the Tesla is not compatible with patrol driving or the EVOC training that police officers are given. So we've had this conversation for a while, and that's why and I don't know if you were filled in on that, but we've purchased some EVs and hybrids for the detective division, not first responder vehicles, but we're still looking at the continuity of the Tahoes because of fleet consistency. That's and in California, the emergency vehicles are exempt from the zero fleet mandate. So that's kind of the conversation we've been having over 2 years, but we're still having that internally. That's why we're looking at EV or hybrid vehicles for the parking ambassadors to kind of, meet that mandate where it's not so, it's not a critical need in a time of crisis that we're going to have to walk away from a patrol car.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I think I hope we start to analyze this transition to EV using that existing infrastructure. Tesla superchargers are now open to all EVs, so it doesn't just have to be a Tesla. And as the technology is progressing, I know the battery technology in the other vehicles are starting to have the supercharge capability. So I just think when you look at it that way, it may be different. And I completely understand not wanting to take the whole fleet there because we're definitely not there. But just seeing one vehicle that's patrol potentially, and again, I leave that 100% up to you, but I just want to put the recommendation out there because I'd love to see the transition sooner than later.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins.
When the VHR program was re-implemented and there was the request to hire additional CSOs for enforcement, my understanding at the time, and this is my question, is that the cost of those CSOs for enforcement would be recovered from permittees who are VHR occupants. Is that not true, or is that true? That was the goal, is that we would recover enforcement costs from the people who were creating the need for the CSOs.
I think initially the program was supposed to pay for itself through permitting fees and fines. And what we found is that as we went through the permitting process and with the initial buffer, people were buffered out. We did a lot of refunds for work that already had been done, and so some of that kind of undermined that, making sure that program paid for itself.
So is it as a follow-up, Mr. Mayor? As a follow-up, so it may be that in the future you would be evaluating if the charges for VHRs are paying for the enforcement of the VHR program. That's something that you will be looking at down the road, that you will bring to us if they're not equal.
Well, I'll tell you, but I think ultimately that's a policy decision.
Yeah, I can speak to that, I think.
I realize, but policy decisions are made on good recommendations by competent staff, of which you are. So if we're not, because we promised that the CSOs for the program would be paid for by the people who are creating the demand, and that's the user. So if we have to raise VHR fees, then that's fine. We have to cover the cost. That's my point.
Well, I think when you look at what the finance director has presented here is that it looks like our agency year over year is up. I think it was just shy of $500,000, and I think that looks at the two Marine officers. That looks at some supplemental software packages, and I think that's the culmination of it. So I don't think that those 8 CSOs from VHR are negatively impacting the overall budget.
That we hired.
And I'll just mention that we do recognize the need to do a reevaluation. With changes in the ordinance a few months ago, things have maybe turned out a little bit differently than was initially forecasted. Staff has been meeting and having some starting some good conversations about how we will be administering the program once we reach the 900 cap in residential areas.
that'll come back.
And we are talking about the VHR inspection fees. We're going to be talking about the enforcement and what that looks like once we have a consistent VHR environment that we're working with that, 900
Yeah, because
cap.
I think most of us, if I may, most of us did not want to see the general fund subsidize VHR enforcement. That was something, that I think when the program was reestablished, we said it's going to pay its own way, and that was the idea. So we'll look forward to whatever review you have and when you bring that back to us.
I would like to clarify from the budget standpoint, the previous number that I mentioned, 1.2 million is just for staffing in the VHR budget. The total expenditure budget is $2 million, and with the revenues supporting of approximately 1.7 million. So expenditures are higher by approximately 300,000 because we continue having inspections for VHRs. That budget amounts to approximately 400,000. Once majority of VHRs are on board, and there will be only a few to inspect, that portion of the budget will fall off. And yes, the intent was a year ago when the fees were established for VHRs to have the VHR program to be self-supported. As Ms. Robert mentioned, we will be reevaluating it next year. However, at this time, we are not seeing any significant deficit or shortfall in that program yet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, is my understanding, and I want to verify this is correct, that it is the police department that ultimately is responsible for issuing citations for the hole in the ground, right? That's the periodic citation, and that's on the recommendation of the buildings department, but that the actual citations are issued by ultimately the PD. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the current periodicity for those citations right now?
60 days?
Every 60 days?
I think that's correct. Comment. My understanding is, to the delight of many of us, I think if it's followed through, is that the Chan family, that is the owner and operator through the LLC of the Chateau project, the hole in the ground, that they have submitted plans that have long been delayed. They have not yet submitted their building plan for the platform. So I would, if they want to preserve, so that is a change from what we have had in the past. And my understanding is, and I'm not defending them, I'm just happy that they're moving it forward with plan review. Is that correct, that they have submitted their plans?
Yes, that is correct, council member. They have submitted building plans. They are under review at the moment, and that is correct also that they have not submitted, planning plans. They have not submitted building plans. Both statements are correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, they've submitted plans and they've not submitted plans. Could you clarify?
They have submitted plans for planning entitlements. That is being reviewed for completeness. They have not submitted building plans for their currently approved structure, the slab foundation, things of that nature that are currently.
Or have they submitted demolition plans?
They have not submitted demo plans or anything having to do with a building permit. They have submitted plans for planning entitlements for a redesign project.
Okay, as I recall, the representative of the owners came here in this room and said that plans for demolition and refurbishment were imminent and were going to be provided with the summer of the rebar, the exposed rebar, and they were going to deck over all of that, and that hasn't happened. I guess my question is, we're issuing these citations every 60 days. What is the supportable case law for the periodicity for issuing these kinds of fines and citations?
Well, there are due process issues and constitutional limits on how much you can issue citations for. That is typically case specific. So beyond that, I don't know that further discussions in the scope of this agenda item.
So it would be permissible to issue those citations and recover the funding that, that would cover the cost of issuing the citations as well, because they are quite hefty, to be able to do that every 30 days or every 10 days or every week.
I wanted to note that the council does have this issue on your agenda planning calendar. Our city attorney's office has been working on amendments to that section of the code as directed by council. If we need to get into this in a lot of detail, it may be more appropriate when that item is agendized.
Thank you. Mayor Bass, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. The 1.7 million that is part of the, call it the VHR revenue, that is including the TOT collected and the fees to get the VHR. Is that right?
No, this budget does not include any transit occupancy tax. This 1.7 million only includes vacation permits, vacation home inspections, applications, parking code citation fines, and interest and dividends revenue. TOT is not a special revenue, it's a general revenue, and it's accounted for in the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief Robertson. I need to ask him if we can, I would say finish the presentation's almost over.
Do you want to do lunch?
Told lunch is
first or
ready, so I'll
after
be
the
quick.
fire department? It's noon now.
What was that?
Noon 08.
After fire?
Or before fire.
I w-
Take a pick. Choose.
I was thinking finishing the presentation since it's pretty close, but I'm open to anything. Yeah.
We've got a ways to go.
Yeah.
I could use a break. It's been a little over 3 hours.
We've got fire department, public works, more public
Okay.
works, and then development services.
right.
Yeah, so.
Mr.
And then Parks and Rec.
Mayor Bass just asked for a break as
Let's
well.
take a break.
I just,
All right.
if you wouldn't mind, yeah, it's been a little
Saved by
over
the
3
bell.
hours. Thank you, guys.
When can we tell the public to come back?
Is the food here? Do we want to have lunch or?
Yeah, 45 minutes?
It's ready?
I don't know, what do we normally do?
20
with
minutes?
that? I forget what
Come
we
back
usually
at
do for lunch.
12:30?
Let's come back at 12:45.
12:45.
12:45? Okay, we'll come back at 12:45. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, we're ready to get going whenever you are.
But the perception is just stuff like
Okay, we'll bring this meeting back to order. Chief Drennan?
I get to kick it off. All right. We'll try this take two and not drop my laptop on the ground. Good afternoon. Give you a quick overview of the fire department. South Lake Tahoe Fire, we're an all-risk fire department, meaning if you call 911 and request us, we will come and figure it out when we get there. All of our members are licensed paramedics in the county. We are an ALS non-transporting agency, which means we do not run the ambulance. We provide medical care on scene. We're usually most often first on scene ahead of the ambulance. We work in partnership with them. Our fire department has the largest call volume in the basin by quite a long shot. We also have a jurisdiction with the largest population.
Is that largest call volume by per capita of coverage or just of the agencies listed? Because some of the agencies cover smaller areas or bigger.
Yes and yes. So is way that works. So per capita, like as in per engine company, yes. And also just by jurisdiction, yes.
Okay.
ISD.
Yes and yes, got it.
Yep. We are also heavily involved in the state's master mutual aid system, which was just exercised recently, times 3 different events, the GAN fire, actually 4, the bug fire, and now the Hunter and Hawk fire. So as you see on the screen here, we are also divided up into several divisions. The operations division, which is our suppression, EMS, rescue training, and special ops. I get asked about special ops a lot. That's just everything that doesn't line up with any of the other categories. So things like trench rescue, high angle, low angle, very specific to vehicle extrication, et cetera. The prevention division is run by a fire marshal battalion chief. That's Chief Tom Curley. He is also the B shift battalion chief. He has Fire Inspector 2, Dan Brown, working underneath him, and the one thing I neglected to throw in here is that we are getting a Fire Inspector 1 this year. That's one more full-time position. The Fuels Division is 100% grant funded. That is headed up by Division Chief Jay Manning, and that division was established following a grant that was actually received by Lake Valley Fire Department. They received $3.2 million here about 2 or 3 years ago, and very generously offered to split that grant with the city. And we created what's known as the South Shore Fuels Division. The entire division and all of the work associated with it is grant funded, mostly through Simplema, which is a mouthful, but it's the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. And in short form, that just means public land sales out of the BLM in Nevada provides pretty substantial funding for these kinds of projects. For 26-27 fiscal year, our operations division, we're going to be focusing really heavily on career development and succession planning. There are several of us who are not far away from retirement, and that will create lots of different positions, so we're really working hard at some internal training and succession planning there. We are also repowering a marine unit, which is all of a sudden 10 years old. Seems like we just bought that. Motors on it are phasing out and getting too many hours, so we will be working on that over the wintertime. We're continuing the investment in firefighter physical and behavioral health. You heard Chief Roberson speak of that a little bit. We shifted gears several years ago to take a really focused look during our physicals as opposed to just going in for a quick checkup. We now go through a very extensive cancer screening process, cardiac monitoring. We've caught, I can't name any names obviously because of HIPAA, but we've caught thyroid cancer really early in 3 separate firefighters over the last 3 years. In fact, the very first person that went through a physical was referred to an oncologist following day. So the value there is, I can't overstate that. Obviously the Station 3 construction project is really top of mind for me at the moment. I'll speak on that a little bit when it comes up with our deputy chief, which is a position we shifted around last year, and I'll kind of go into some detail there. And lastly, on the operations side, we're really hoping in concert with the police department to finish up the communications project and see that through by sometime this year. Prevention division is always focused on public education, fire-wise communities. The Defensible Space Inspection Program is also fully grant funded, and I just lost my screen. That was neat. I guess I can look over there. And with the new Fire Inspector 1 coming on, we'll be able to bolster our fire inspection program for our built environment. So your hotels, motels, triplexes and above, new construction inspections, et cetera. The Fuels Division, that, again, I'll continue to state that's fully grant funded. It's no general fund money is coming from there. But we're looking to increase the fuels reduction rate of progress there at 150 acres per year. Really focusing on evacuation routes, planning and education. The education component is really dialed into home hardening and defensible space needs around your property. As much as I would love to donate and direct public funds onto private property, it's very difficult to do that, which is why those funds mostly go to public spaces. Not always. There are some workarounds on occasion. But the home hardening piece as the property owner's responsibility, we really work hard to provide some education and offer the most cost-effective ways to do good work at your house. And we get some face-to-face time all the time during those defensible space inspections. Those folks are all seasonal. And really what that does is it cements a relationship with us in Lake Valley. We built the South Shore Fuels Division around the concept of state line to the summit without regard to jurisdictional lines. And that way, as we're working through these fuels projects, we're not just forgetting about what's on the other side of a jurisdictional line and just doing our own thing in our own jurisdiction, because obviously fire doesn't care about where the state line or the city line or the county line is. And so that has created some really fantastic projects that are working well for the entire South Shore community. With that, I'll take some questions if you have any.
Scott, remember Mr. Robbins?
Sure. I know this is a little lateral of a topic, but it's what's happening now. Could you provide us just an update with what's happening? I believe we have staff allocated to the Hawk Fire down in Nevada, and I know this isn't strictly budget related, but it's a now thing. Sure. So just get an update
yeah,
on
real
what's going
briefly,
on.
they got demobbed this morning, so they are all on their way home,
Oh, good.
which is great news. I was kind of expecting them to be out for a full 2-week assignment. They were out for 4 days total. Yesterday, we went from 0% containment in the morning to 30% containment, and I haven't checked today, but I'm expecting 50% or more. It bumped up against some neighborhoods, took out about 30 homes total, damaged 9 more, and it's bumping into other burns, most notably the bug fire, so it kind of ran out of fuel. And thankfully, we were able to keep it from jumping 395 and 80. So those two, we were able to keep it in that box. So,
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Jenkins?
Chief, this is not a stranger topic for you, I know. Talk to us, give us your perspective on the proposed high-density development along Lake Tahoe Boulevard and its impact on evacuation during emergencies, particularly fire.
So I'll give you my. I'll try to keep this fairly concise. As far as development goes, I also sit on the APC with TRPA, which is their planning commission, advisory planning commission. This topic has come up more than once, and I think I've been pretty consistent with my comments. As it pertains to those kinds of development projects, typically they are what we would have called a redevelopment, right? And so usually that's a building that is not code, it's pre-existing non-conforming, probably has shingles on the roof and single pane windows, and then you get a project like what you're describing, and then the concern becomes, well, now you have more people on that plot of land, that's going to add to the evacuation problem. And my response to that has been, yes, however, you also now have a building that is meeting existing modern code, non-combustible roof construction, non-combustible siding, double and triple pane windows, really a hard building to light on fire from the exterior. Very difficult. So much so that I would call it a place of refuge. So the benefit of that and not adding to the BTU component of that building catching fire and the building next to it, et cetera, I think outweighs any concern about having 10 people on the property and now all of a sudden having 60 people on the property. In my mind, that's kind of a drop in the bucket when you compare it to a Friday night on Pioneer Trail and watching a few thousand people roll by in an hour. So when you compare it that way and you put that in perspective, adding, call it 40 or 50 full-time residents where there used to be 5 or 10, I think the juice is worth the squeeze on a project like that because it benefits the community by way of having more robust infrastructure. I get a little bit of pushback on that from different groups. Obviously, the evacuation issue in Tahoe is a big one. We're not going to fix that, and that's sort of the Debbie Downer comment for that. There's no chance that we're going to build out a 4-lane superhighway to get people out of the basin. That's just not happening. So we have to adjust our tactics and strategy with that and think in terms of places of refuge, TRAs, temporary refuge area, early evacuations, and we're accomplishing that through things like perimeter and other modes of notification, which have been wildly successful in other areas. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I hope that answers your question.
Ms. Horgan?
Yeah, a couple questions. One, I guess I meant to direct to you about education. Last year during your budget presentation, you discussed reducing some of the monies that was spent towards professional development and education. Do you feel like there was any adverse effects to that? Do you feel like your readiness is where you would want it to be at this stage?
So the short answer is sure. In the short term, I think there may have been some, I'll call it deferred maintenance or maybe deferred training. We just put some things off. And so thankfully in this year's budget process, we were able to, kind of refill those and rebuild that.
Okay.
So there may have been a handful of classes and some trainings and maybe some equipment that we just put off. So it was sort of, I equate it to like, well, I didn't fix my porch this year, but I'm fixing it this year.
Okay,
Or
that,
last year.
that answers that question. And then also last year you added the Deputy Chief of Operations into your leadership structure. How do you feel that that position worked this year? And I would imagine you're excited to continue that if it was successful.
That's a great question. Thank you. We didn't really add the position. We sort of redefined it. So I had a 40-hour fire marshal. We reassigned the fire marshal duties to an existing 56-hour battalion chief who's now the fire marshal. And then we basically changed that into a deputy chief, that one FTE. So I didn't add anything more as far as total number of FTEs last year, but we definitely created a different position. The deputy chief, Chief Keppen, has greatly alleviated my span of control and the direct reports coming to me. I had 3 BCs, a division chief, Sally, the fire marshal, as well as the union president, all reporting to me. So it was 6 or 7 people coming to me. I definitely was not getting the face time that I would have liked with my battalion chiefs, 2 of which were fairly new in the role, and getting them sort of I didn't have the time to really get one-on-one time with them that I would have liked. Having the deputy chief, he's taken over operations side, so he's managing the BCs, the shift BCs. I'm then supervising him, our fuels division chief, Sally, and the fire marshal still reports to me on occasion because of his role. So that's really helped fix that piece. The other big lift for us is this new fire station, and handing a project of that size, we needed a point of contact from the fire department to manage this. It's definitely the biggest event in the fire department in, call it 30 some odd years, since the early 90s. And I really put a lot of importance on making sure that we have somebody available 4 to 5 days a week to have that back and forth communication and eyes on. Chief Keppen has a ton of building experience and construction and background there, so he and I have been able to tackle that and work really closely with Dr. Q and going through that process. If I had not had his position, the fire marshal before would not have been able to manage that, and my 3 BCs would not have been able to add that to their workload. So that's been hugely beneficial.
So just to piggyback on that, because I think it's really important, you think the battalion chiefs are getting a better one-on-one experience with the new leadership structure, that they're feeling better supported?
Yeah, 100%.
And then I would go back to what you originally said, hopefully that would improve your succession plan because those leaders will be better supported and better able to step into higher roles.
Yeah, and that's really a big focus for us this year because both Carl and I, the Chief Captain and the Deputy Chief, we're eligible for retirement now. Neither of us have any plans to. But please don't. Thank you for that. Yeah,
Station 3,
right,
Station
right,
3.
yeah. Not too soon. Sorry. But if either Sally or myself or Carl or all 3 were to go away in the next 4 or 5 years, that creates a vacuum at that level. And that definitely affects the rest of the agency. So providing some, thoughtful succession planning and with the captains and the BCs to think about what their next step is has really been going to be a very large focus for this year.
Excellent. Sounds like it was a good choice, so.
Yeah.
Mayor Bass also has his hand raised.
Mayor Bass, did you have a question?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Chief. I'm curious, it's kind of a 2-part question. First is really is there other resources that you would really be happy to see? I'm sure there are, you need many things. But in thinking about the new station, and are we going to be anticipating, you know, a new engine or designing that will bring more resources to the fire department, which for the record, I definitely would support. I'm just curious, as we move forward in the budget, will we be looking at trying to fund new resources that the new station design could deal with and handle?
I'm sure Chief of Police has some great comments for this right now. Wow. So number one, that's a great question. Yes, there are definitely some gaps that I would love to fill. The Prevention Bureau alone, with our hotels and motels and new construction, et cetera, I would love to have more folks engaged with plan check and, you know, all of the deeper level inspections that come with that. Dan Brown does a phenomenal job at, he's literally painting the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, his workload will never go away. So there's that. We are at a point where we're staffing Truck 2 with 4 people most of the time, and that's been a high priority of mine for a long time. To make that solidified contractually, I would need 2 more firefighters. There's no immediate need for that. That's if you're asking about the magic wand, and if I could have whatever I needed, it would be 2 more of them. Some admin assistance. We deal with an awful lot of grant work through the fuels division, and so that's a heavy administrative lift, which we're able to manage right now, kind of. So I guess there's a bunch of stuff that's on the wish list, but in terms of like how we're staffed and what our design looks like right now with the new station coming on board, there are no immediate needs for the new station. We have a very robust mutual and auto aid agreement process here in the basin. That doesn't mean that it's always that reliable, because if we're busy, probably they are as well. So obviously better staffing there would always be welcome, but I have no immediate needs at the moment, no.
Okay. Just ask because, again, I think, you know, with this being, like you said, 35-year project, looking into the future, like in designing it for some of those resources that we may decide to fund at some point is, I think, always a good planning effort. And it seems like there's also a lot of administrative space that could be put into that. So I'm just throwing my support into that for the design process.
Yeah, for the short term, I'll touch on this for just a moment. So the Station 3 build is really conceptually based around being a community firehouse, not an admin center. And the reason for that is that we are a long, skinny city, and having admin at one end of it has never been a great design. Theoretically, at some point, that will come with a new Station 2 10 years plus from now.
Feel free to be here for that also.
Yeah, probably not. I can almost guarantee. The existing Station 3, obviously we've beat that horse to death with why it's being replaced. Could it be used as an admin facility in the short term? Sure. There are a number of uses there. We're always running out of space for the fuels division for their equipment. Administrative space could be used there. Those are things that we're thinking about in the short term. I definitely don't want that as any kind of a long-term plan. And then with the design of the new station, another point that I'll just make publicly to everybody here is that at some point in time, I would argue in the next 10 years-ish, we are going to see the request of a D shift, which is a 4th shift of firefighters, shifting our schedule from 56 hours per week to 42. That is a process that's happening across the country. It's definitely happening on the East Coast, and that has everything to do with behavioral health, and I could go into an hours-long dissertation on that. But with this new station, we are adding 4 lockers. We're doing things to preemptively think about what that looks like 10 years from now. So,
very cool. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, just two questions. The first is, in planning for the new fire station, are all of the furniture, equipment,
why did I know you were
requirements, are all equipment needed for that included in the financing for the station that we're looking at?
The short answer to that is that yes, we have a budget that we're not going to go over, and we're well aware of the need to make sure that the interior of the building is also managed. as
Thank
well
you.
as the
Excellent
exterior.
answer. Thank you, Chief. Just the last one. Are you professionally satisfied that the CTC and the U.S. Forest Service are doing an adequate job in fuel reduction on properties that they own within the city of South Lake Tahoe?
I'll be a little bit careful with this answer because I don't want to be misconstrued. The short answer is yes. I think that they're doing what they need to be doing. Fuels reduction on its own discussion item is also akin to painting the Golden Gate Bridge. We're never going to run out of that work. It should be noted, my only frustration with either the CTC or the Forest Service is that they got very aggressive with buying up those properties in the 80s and 90s, and I mean, you're well aware of that history. And neither of those agencies are well enough staffed or funded to manage their own fuels management. So what they do, but what they do is they provide the dollars to do it, and they provide substantial money. So while I at times have been frustrated that, okay, maybe this work's not getting done, I have to stop and remember that the CTC has funded almost all of what we're doing through very substantial grants. So I think they're holding up their end of that bargain very well on the pocketbook side. It would be wonderful if they also had boots on the ground, but I'm also very willing to take their money and let our guys do it. So it's not as simple of an answer as just yes or no. If that.
All right, you gave a good answer. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
End of report.
Good afternoon, members of council. It's Public Works' turn now. This is my first time doing this with you guys, so if I don't answer the right questions, I apologize. I'll work on it for next year. But I followed kind of the strategy from last year to provide the information that was there. So we'll start first with a little bit.
We only bite a little bit.
Is that better? So we'll start with an overview of how we are structured, just as all of my predecessors have done. We have, in terms of our budget, if you look at the number of accounts associated with Public Works, it's a very large number. It seems like each little function we have has its own budget, and that's pretty normal. It's not anything different. I describe our work as we have a group that handles administration. That's primarily me and our office manager, and we are there to support everybody else, oversee budgeting. We have a couple of small items in there where we provide support for the solid waste JPA and some transit service coordination aspects. The bulk of our work is done by 4 divisions. Engineering takes care of most of our construction projects that you see. That includes things that involve road, like the road rehab. It involves our stormwater projects, similar to the Eloise and James drainage project that will be starting here soon. We also do some minor engineering, but I will be honest that anything truly significant on the engineering side, we are generally contracting with consultants to provide expertise for those things, but we do some minor stuff in-house as well. A third portion of that division is reviewing requests for encroachment permits or obstruction permits, which are things that people are doing in our roadways, as well as partnering with development services and doing reviews of development projects from the perspective of road, right-of-way, and public works. Our facilities division is responsible for maintenance of all of our facilities, from bathrooms at parks to this building to to our brand new rec center. And also in that group is our capital improvements project team. Again, one of their biggest accomplishments is the construction of the new rec center. And we will have we will be working with Chief Drennan and Chief Keppen on Fire Station 3. Then we have Street Maintenance Division, a very popular group with the council. They are responsible for most of our smaller asphalt repairs. We call them patches and potholes, depending on the size. They are responsible for snow operations. Same folks that do our street maintenance do that work. They are also the ones who help us with our stormwater compliance by sweeping the roads, cleaning out drainage inlets, vectoring. Those are all tasks that we do to support our stormwater compliance. And last but not least, we have our Fleet Maintenance Division. They take care of all of our vehicles and our equipment. And just for the record, I can't remember the exact number. I had this when we did our community academy, but I have since forgotten, and I didn't memorize it for today. But on the order of 450 pieces of equipment and or vehicles that we maintain. Now, keep in mind that, so we call those like the big snow graders. I don't call those vehicles, I call that equipment. We have trailers, we have cars as well. So those are the functions that we provide here in the city. On the next slide, this year's, sorry, thank you. There are no changes to our staffing. We are at our full complement of positions, roughly 38 full-time equivalents at the moment. We do have, most of our operational budget is very similar to years past. It's not there are not too many significant changes. The one big one perhaps is in street maintenance, where we have allocated some shifted funds from categories to provide a little more for contracted services than for in-house services. So that is something we will be doing next year, is evaluating which pieces of our in-house crews work might be best suited to contracting out. The two leading contenders at the moment in my mind are some of our patching work, as we call it, not the full depth reclamation, but sort of an overlay off to help with rough roads. A recent one that was completed just this week is Lake Parkway right near the state line. So that was done under contracted services, but that type of work. The other one that I do see, and in response to a comment we received earlier about trying to get some of our striping work done faster, so it's not still going on in August, would be to look at how we might be able to use contracted services to expedite when our striping work is done. And then we have several smaller contracts. We mentioned earlier in the presentation, there is a significant amount of money for contracted services for snow removal of sidewalks and walkways at facilities and so forth. This year, Fleet has requested 8 replacement vehicles be purchased that are in your budget. There are 3 designated for facilities division, 1 for our IT group, 2 for engineering in public works, and 2 for parks. I can tell you that of those 8, 4, we are planning to buy hybrid trucks. If you've seen my yellow beast out there, that truck in probably white is what we will be getting for parks and engineering. The other 4 are probably going to be more SUV and larger trucks, and so I'm not sure we will have much opportunity, but we will be trying to get hybrid when we can. Okay, I'm not sure. Where did the control go?
It's right here.
You're doing it, okay. Next slide. So this year in the CIP, just a few things to let you know about. Again, the biggest portion of the CIP will be our road rehab and cape sealing project. I believe we will be at roughly 5.1 million combined. At least that is what we're anticipating. We do have a few projects that will be sort of continuing on. El Dorado Beach, as you heard about this morning, is one that will continue into phase 3. Fire Station 3 is another big one that is coming up for us as well. And the Drainage Master Plan is another significant effort for this coming year for us. Yes, sir.
On the Drainage Master Plan, is the plan, you're looking, you're looking at, am I correct, at basins, and you're looking at then collector lines in the streets. So those are the two. And then and the plan will address what those costs are?
The way I would describe it is, yes, we are looking at all of our facilities, and we are taking a holistic approach to how we can improve what we have, replace what we need to replace, identify priorities for how to spend our future dollars in that area. That we will also be looking at area-wide, I'm not thinking of the right term, but there is a process for helping communities with the BMP requirements for TRPA by establishing an area-wide system. So that will also be part of the master plan. At this moment, that's what we're looking at. Does that answer your question, sir? All right. Anyway, I think that's most of what I have. I will just leave it up to you to ask additional questions if you got any.
Who's up first?
I don't need
Nobody?
to go first. I can go second this time.
And I
I've been
actually
going
don't
first
have a
too much.
question. I just want to make a quick comment. We had the opportunity to tour Public Works with Mr. Overrood and Dr. Q, and I just want to make a comment that I was really impressed with how nimble your street maintenance crew are. They are all trained in all things, and they rotate through all jobs, including summer ops, winter ops, and you have a very nimble, also seasonal employment strategy. I just want to thank you for that. I think it was really wonderful to see how that functions. And then big shout out, big props for sidewalk plowing. Let's never let that go away, because those of us who aren't bike riders, but runners, walkers, dog walkers, we really do use those trails every single day and appreciate that they're plowed and maintained and easily accessible for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will let the folks know who've been involved about that. I can't take too much credit for what you saw. Most of that predates my arrival, but our staff is dedicated and tries very hard to do our best.
Mr. Robbins?
Did Cody have a thing? Did I see a? Yes. Did he want to go
Okay.
first? Or,
Mayor Bass, you want to go?
I've been going first all day, so I'm happy to go.
No.
That's, keep getting away.
No worries. I'll go ahead. I was just curious, I think it was $500,000 that we have set aside for deferred maintenance. And I'm curious, I imagine that we have much more deferred maintenance, obviously, but is that enough? Again, deferred maintenance is also kind of akin to the Golden Gate Bridge painting because it's ongoing. And do you feel like that's going to ever catch us up at that budget amount on an annual basis?
It is always hard to answer that type of question very definitively. I would be remiss if I told you I wouldn't want as much money as I could possibly get for all of these things because we need it. But the reality is we have to balance our priorities. We do think the 500 is sufficient for now to address what we need, but part of that will depend on how things go. I was telling someone earlier, it's been an interesting several weeks for me. One of my staff, Miss Greenlaw, who you heard from earlier, has gotten into the habit of coming in and saying, I need to tell you something. And my initial reaction is almost always, oh no, what failed? And for the most part, that's what's happening. We're hearing about all the drainage pipes that are collapsing and need to be repaired. So it is an ongoing challenge for us, given all the deferred maintenance. We do the best we can with the resources we have. But I don't want to stand up here and say you should take it away from somebody else and give it to me. That's not appropriate either. Everybody in this room, every department head you're going to speak to has needs, and we need to be fair across the board, and I think we have been in the budget we put forward.
Thanks. No, I appreciate that. And I only ask because like our facilities, again, are spread across all the departments. And I want to make sure, again, that we're looking at kind of how we're trying to take roads to where we get back on track at the right budgetary level to make sure that our facilities, especially the ones that we know have life left, are being maintained at the proper level. So I only ask that, not to take it away from another department, but maybe, you know, if it's needed, it comes out of some of our undesignated funds, because our facilities, to me, are very important that we keep up to the right maintenance level. And then of course there's stormwater in the pipes, and there's on and on. So I feel your pain with hearing about that daily.
Well, keep in mind, when we talk about our facilities, the deferred maintenance helps with some of those things that fail on us, but we are also looking at condition assessment and trying to convert some of the things we need to do into CIP projects and have funding come from that source as well.
Mr. Robbins? Yeah, I wanted to ask about, maybe feels like about a year ago, we toured with I believe it was with your predecessor, we toured the street maintenance facility that was adjacent to the campground, or in the vicinity of the campground, I should say. That building was sort of notably out of date, to put the concept of out of date kindly. You know, there had been some discussion about trying to get that on the capital program to replace that building or change the facility. I'm just wondering what the thought process has been about bringing that facility into the 20th century at least.
Well, yes, it is an old facility. It would be great to have that be rebuilt at some point. I don't think it has not risen to the top of the list at the moment.
Really? Okay.
No, I think we have other areas that our resources are going to right now. But it is on the radar of our capital facilities planning, as well as Public Works Department head me. But at the moment, we are functioning well enough that we are okay.
Okay, that building was a bit of a mess.
It's an old building, but keep in mind, it's mostly for housing equipment and supplies. Our staff generally are there for a small portion of their workday. Most of their workday is spent out in the field, and so it is what it is. It is no different than many other agencies out there where, you know, maintenance facilities, corporate yards are often not the first thing on the list that you build up.
Similar to some of the other commentary on this sort of general type topic, I want to make sure that at least that sort of thing gets put on a to-do, even if it's a backlog item, that it gets put on a to-do list and it's tracked, so that we don't lose. I want to make sure that, you know, issues and problems like that we've identified, even if we're not going to get to them today, because they're not a top priority, that they're tracked as a, you know, and listed and something that we know we need to get to, rather than potentially falling off the radar. I'm a little more concerned with the structural issue of us making sure that issues we've identified get properly logged and tracked and put on the to fund backlog. Because there's always, to extend the metaphor of painting the Golden Gate, there will always be more to do than we have resources to do at any one time. The bigger concern is that if we lose track of those things that we need to be doing, and I want to make sure we have a way to do that that's not dependent on individual memory and
I just
individual
wanted to add
people.
that is a project that's on our capital improvement plan.
Okay.
When Public Works brings the update on the CIP to council annually, they don't bring the long list of thousands of projects that where we have capital needs within the city. So they usually bring, you know, the top priorities, and then we look at what the budget availability is in order to fund those. But that project is on the CIP list, and we've certainly looked at options to fund it in the near future.
I would say in that case, then, while we don't need to have the long list of thousands of items in the PowerPoint briefing part of the presentation, let's include that in the, let's just include that in the report. It can be in like an appendix item to the report, so at least we have a chance to look over the full list of things. Just as a, I think would be a useful bit of information for us to be able to read through. At least for people like me who love reading long lists of things. Okay, I may be in the minority on that, I admit.
Yeah, I think kind of the theme here is the deferred maintenance in our infrastructure and our facilities has accumulated over many, many years, where we have not put adequate funding into keeping a lot of the facilities current. We will not be able to address all of that in the immediate future. It's going to take time to get through it, and as we're getting through it, we're going to have more stuff that needs to be replaced or fixed. So our staff does a really good job of prioritizing based on the council's priorities, based on the staff availability. You did note that Dr. Q had in his presentation the $38 million of projects that are being carried forward. Those are things that our staff has been working on. So there are a lot of things that even though they aren't in this current budget, they are still things that are in our capital improvement program. Some of them have had funding allocated to them. It just takes time to bring them forward to fruition, and certainly the staff resources that are focused on those projects.
And just to add, the CIP plan is our tracking mechanism for those things that you're talking about.
Okay.
That's how we track the things we need to do someday, sooner, some things later.
Well, it should be a list that's presumably under continuous review and triage.
It is.
Right, okay. On the topic of to-do lists then, I know one of the items that was advocated for here and put on the to-do list was traffic monitoring systems that include all users of roads, including mobility devices, wheelchairs, bikes, et cetera, pedestrians, they're not just vehicles. Where are we on standing up a capability to do full spectrum traffic counts? Traffic in the sense of being all users, not just motor vehicles.
We have spoken to several companies that have equipment that we might be able to use. I have not had a chance to fully figure out how much we need to make that happen. My intention was we would use funds within our current budget to acquire counting devices, if I may call them that.
Sure.
There are challenges for our area with some of them. For example, some of them you have to put them up pretty high to actually count the whole road because they need a certain angle of view. And so there's some few tech issues that we need to resolve there, but we are working on trying to find a solution that will do the trick for us.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jenkins.
Two things. First, I'd like to compliment this council and staff and the previous councils that have upgraded equipment in the Public Works Department, particularly our graders. And the second point is that while nothing in this world is perfect, they do a tremendous snow removal people when we have snow do a tremendous job in keeping us our streets accessible, and I just want to compliment you and your team in that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Q.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
You made housing affordable yet?
Yeah, we have. I was, in fact, that was just my presentation right
Housing
there.
solved.
So,
Okay, good.
housing solved. Well, good afternoon. It is afternoon now after lunch. Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Bass via Zoom. For the record, my name is Zach Thomas. I'm the Director of Development Services. I just have a really quick kind of run through here of the department. So Development Services is what I would call a public-facing department. We are comprised of 3 divisions, and in short, we support the needs of the built environment of the city. So the budget for the department this year is basically identical to last year, minus the general increases associated with all costs that the finance director spoke to. And we create our budget by looking at permit fee revenue and kind of service demand and trying to balance that. And the budget supports a variety of initiatives here I have listed here. It's in broad terms, housing initiatives, programs. That includes new construction, that includes grant acquisition and management, as well as program delivery. Area plans, that's our long-range planning efforts. Plan review and inspections, that's our kind of meat and potatoes daily operations of the building division, as well as the rest of the division. And Dr. Q mentioned that we also coordinate that with other departments as well as fire. So Public Works looks at the Public Works side of any development review coming through. Fire, we coordinate with them to conduct any of the fire inspections and plan reviews associated with that. Planning entitlements, I touched on that term earlier in reference to the chateau that Councilmember Jenkins brought up. Planning entitlements are things that collectively what you might think when a new project goes to the Planning Commission for approval or zoning approval or kind of conceptual design approval. And that usually happens prior to the building permits. The plan submittal and building permits ultimately being issued. We also have our permit tracking software as well as our process improvements. I'll touch on that shortly, as well as new this year, VHR inspections. And that's largely done as we ramp up through a contract system. That's so that we can account for the increased workload, and that'll even out as, again, that's been mentioned as that number reaches the natural cap per the ordinance. On the left-hand side, I just have some highlights that are specific projects kind of done under these categories. And these are just kind of basically highlights for this past year. And some of this will continue on and into the coming year. But one was the implementation of our new permitting software. So we've gone completely digital now. We don't use giant paper plan sets that we used to in the past. And we also, along with that, implemented a real-time inspection software. When inspectors go out, everything's done electronically, do the inspection, it kind of goes into the system right away, and that helps with making any corrections that are needed. We also completed the Phase 3 construction of Sugar Pine Village. That opened this past month, another 60 units, to your point, Councilmember Robbins. And we also began construction on the community building. You might have seen that if you drive by there across from the Toyota dealer, that wood structure, that's the community building associated with Sugar Pine Village. Completion of the Midtown Area Plan, that's coming to council next meeting. Completed the ADU pre-approved plans, that's going through the final plan check and should be available on the next few weeks. We also have substantial completion of our 7th cycle of the housing element update. Again, that's also coming to the City Council next meeting, as well as substantial completion of our Tahoe Valley Area Plan and South Y Plan. So a lot of long-range planning efforts going on right now, and that helps facilitate overall development within the community and streamlines that. Over this past winter, we had a new program. We had a winter shelter program that offered motel vouchers, and we've brought, over the past year, the long-term rental incentive program in-house. So that's just basically some of the department highlights that kind of fall under the categories of our basic operations. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm not going to go first this time. I want to go second to list. Someone else can go first.
I have one question. I was just curious, on the long-term rental program was deleted from the outsourcing. Did you guys get a chunk of that pie, or, to your increased efforts, or?
I think so. We're issuing about the same number of grants as we did the year before. We're just doing that in-house without paying for Well, it was about 75,000 a year and outside consultants. So that's just pure savings. And really now the only money we spend is for the grant payment going out to the property owners. And this was touched on kind of earlier during the finance director's presentation, but this program has a lot of ebb and flow to it. So it might be very quiet, it might be very active. And so what staff has done over the past few years as it's been operating is when the need arises, we look at what funding is available at that time and we bring it to council. Because we like to be creative in funding for that program so as to minimize any impact to the general fund. And we've done that through a variety of different sources, including using funds from our substandard housing fees collected. So we've used a variety of different sources for that. And that's why we do that approach.
Excellent, thank you.
I have a piggyback to that. Since for the long-term rental assistance incentive program, now that it is in-house and we're not using an outside company that was specifically built around that concept, do you think we've lost any momentum in terms of establishing new clients or being able to advertise and do the type of public engagement that's needed for the program?
No, I think we've even gained momentum.
Nice.
So we've increased, and this will come to the council during the quarterly housing report. Actually, during the next meeting, we have a stacked agenda on that meeting, all things having to do with development and housing. We've initiated a variety of additional outreach, including advertising in local papers, direct outreach to the Realtors Association, property management companies. It's a long game. It has to do with changing the behavior of a property owner that maybe had a house that sat vacant for 5-10 years and they're thinking about renting it. So a lot of it is they just call up, they talk to staff about it, like, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What's the program parameters again? We've had a lot of calls that's just like, hey, I lost track of this program. I'm more interested in it now. I'm seeing. So I think we've actually gained a huge amount of momentum.
And just in the housing program, do you think that you're adequately resourced? Do you think that Ms. Wackenlet Lamelli has got enough support for her job, which seems to just get larger?
Yeah, well, the name of the game, just like everything in the city, is it just all comes down to funding. And the one thing I will say with housing, and it's true with some of our other programs, especially our road improvement programs, so much of the funding uses local funds to leverage outside funds. We've been very successful at that with, for example, Sugar Pine. We've used about $2.4 million to leverage $150 million. We're looking at that exact same model with the affordable housing project by State Line at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. So much of the funding is based on kind of new construction. The funding that's really hard to acquire is anything that's kind of outside of the affordable housing realm. The moderate income, that's where our long-term rental incentive program is. Right now, we have very good funding for the existing staff we have, I will say that. Well-staffed. I believe we have adequate funding to continue the construction projects that we have underway. We have adequate funding to kind of work with some of our housing programs we have. I think long-term, there are some strategic priorities that we haven't necessarily found funding for. So things like the Rooted Renters program that's in the strategic plan. Things like a rehab loan program. That's something the city used to have during the Art Redevelopment Agency days. Things like that. Those funding sources don't exist. I don't think that's because I think the funding landscape has changed a lot over the years. But in terms of what the city council has committed historically. I think it's been very good. We've been very efficient at using that. So, but to answer your questions, that could be something to kind of explore in the future. And as staff, we continue to look for grant options and things like that. They're just really hard to come by for those kind of middle ground projects that remain a priority of the council. So those are strategic priorities that will need funding somehow in the future.
Mr. Jenkins.
I just have a couple of questions. By the way, thank you for the work that you and your department does for our community. And I know you're working very hard in the planning division to make it more accessible, helpful to the community that are going through the building process. So thank you to all of your staff. Where we give grants to people we subsidize the rent in effect. I've asked this question before, but I just, for the benefit of the public, we regularly verify that those people are eligible for receipt. This isn't Minnesota, and we're not subsidizing daycare center with nobody in it. I think I know the answer, but maybe for benefit of the public, that's my first question.
Yeah, no, we have a 3-step verification process. So one is we verify through the tenants. Step 2 is we verify with the employer that directly that the information submitted is accurate, et cetera. Step 3 is we actually do a physical show up to the site to make sure that they're physically there renting the site. So it's very robust kind of auditing process, if you will.
The other question, I think I know the answer, but for benefit of those, as you're looking for other grants, historically, the Community Development Block Grant Program has been one that provides many opportunities for neighborhood rehabilitation loans and so on. Do I understand that when we are eligible to do so, that we will be looking at those resources as well to supplement the housing assistance resources that we have?
Absolutely. So to directly answer your question, yes, we will and have in the past. We also continue to use existing program income that we have too. So we're using still even existing funds in that program too simultaneously.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I guess this could be covered. You said we're doing the quarterly update at the next meeting, I guess.
Correct.
I just wanted to get an update on where we are with marketing outreach for the in-source lease to locals, but I guess we can cover that at the next meeting, right? Will that be available to cover then?
It will be.
Okay.
It'll be in the report. I also touched on it to a small degree just a few minutes ago regarding newspaper efforts, direct outreach, things like that. There'll be a full detailed report at that time.
Similarly, updates on the pre-approved ADU plans. We can also cover that. It'll just be a long item, I guess, at this point, right? So
it's a comprehensive item, covers every aspect of the housing programs, yes.
All right, and then, then just as a heads up also about making sure we cover the outstanding item with the ADU was pre-approved products.
Correct.
Prefabricated, not just pre-approved plans, but pre-approved products. That was a outstanding item from the last time. We'll have some update then also for next week.
Yes.
All right, we can. I'm happy with you get a 2-week extension on answering those questions for homework. I think that's
okay. Mr. Bass, did you have any questions?
No questions. I'll just say thank you, Mr. Thomas. I think that the department has really moved forward in a lot of ways, going on the tour to see all those documents being scanned in and so much work that's been done to bring us into the modern day. And so, yeah, thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go back. We are wrapping up the Midtown area plan update, right? That's getting ready to be finalized, right?
Yes, the
And
city
that's coming-
council will consider it on September 8th.
Everything's coming up. Is there a plan currently for what's next after that? I know we've on and off had talks about doing a residential area plan as sort of the next big zoning update, and we can't zone all at once. The public may not be aware, but like zoning is very expensive because you have to do environmental reviews. It's not just something we can just choose to do, for the most part. So is there an idea as to what's next? I know we've talked about residential area planning.
Yeah, I'll defer that to the city manager, as that's part of the pending item on the APC. So I'll defer to Ms.
Yeah,
River on
well,
that.
I think our staff has been working on some updates to the Tahoe Valley and the Southway Industrial Tract
But the
area plan.
area plan has been done, yeah.
So that also is in the works. But we do have on our APC bringing back a discussion regarding a area plan to cover the residential areas.
Very good. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Mr. Zach. Mr. Stark, I'm sorry.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. The Parks and Recreation Department contributes to the quality of life in South Lake Tahoe through recreation programming, public spaces, community events, and park maintenance. Our work serves the entire community and includes residents and visitors across all ages and abilities, with the goal of enhancing community wellness, fostering connection, and access to recreation. Included in our budget is the Multi-Generational Recreation and Aquatic Center, which has become a central community asset serving thousands of youth, adults, and seniors. We provide a broad mix of department-led programming, contracted services, and community partnerships to make a robust number of programs available to the public. These programs support physical and mental wellness, youth development, and foster social connection. Parks and Recreation is also responsible for special events, bringing the community together for celebrations throughout the year. Some of the signature events include Live at Lakeview, the Easter Egg Splash and Dash 4th of July Parade, Movies in the Park Multicultural Celebration, which is coming up on September 12th, the Pumpkin Patch Splash, soon to come Rec Center Rumble, the Festival of Winter Lights, and the Gingerbread House Competition. We continue to market the department's services, programming, and events through publishing our program guide, SLT at Play, twice a year, and keep the community informed with our ongoing operations, programs, and events with daily social media posts. The department is responsible for the operations and maintenance of Bijou Golf Course, Campground by the Lake, and El Dorado Beach Boat Ramp, all open seasonally. Parks Maintenance is responsible for the maintenance of 179 acres of parks, beaches, and landscaped areas. The team also maintains 14 miles of bike trails, including snow removal to increase access and mobility year-round. Parks is also responsible for forestry projects for trees on city-owned property. Our department also provides staff support for the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. So Parks and Recreation serves the entire South Lake Tahoe community by providing inclusive programs, caring for public spaces, and creating opportunities for connection year-round. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Ms. Horgan?
No, you can go. Earlier in the presentation, Ms. Tikamarova mentioned a transfer out for infrastructure improvements at the campground. I think it was $120,000. I'm looking at it right here. And we did have some public communications earlier about bare trash cans at the campground. I'm wondering, I think we've talked about the trash at the campground before, but I'm wondering if you could comment at all on whether or not those monies could be used or if we already have a plan in place.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So city staff have recently met with the city manager to discuss some opportunities for using funds for enhancements at the campground. So right now, staff are reviewing different options that could potentially enhance the campground that will include that as a potential item to be funded. Some of the initial investigations for that with some different products available are somewhere around, the tune of maybe $200,000 to provide that through the campground. The way that it's managed currently by campground staff is by encouraging all campers to secure their food and any items that might have a scent in their vehicles.
I think that's the only question I have. Mr. Jenkins?
Mr. Mayor. First, I want to compliment you and your department on the number of programs being sponsored or facilitated. I know the city manager recently sent out a list, and it was impressive. It was really impressive, the outreach that you're doing and the difference that you are making. So, so thank you. The other thing was that the new facility, the recreation facility, by and large, all I hear are good things about how it's operated, how it's been received in the community, and I think that's a credit to you and your staff in making people feel welcome and appreciated there. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thanks for your support.
Mr. Robbins.
I just wanted to see if we get an update on, I mean, I think we've resolved the problem, but I wanted to just make sure we covered it on lifeguards for youth swim lessons. I know at some point we were looking on getting that underway for the fall sessions. I was going to say semester, but I don't think swim lessons work like that. I just want to know where we are on fully staffing swim lesson availability for youth in the community.
Yeah, we've been fully staffed with lifeguards now for some time.
Okay.
Our new recreation centers fully staffed with lifeguards as well as with recreation coordinators, cashiers for our front desk. All of our areas are fully staffed.
We have been doing, for a while, we've been doing sort of movies in the park during the summertime, but with the new pool center and its ludicrously gigantic television that's in there. I know we had chatted briefly about possibly doing movies in the pool during the winter.
Yeah.
Just wondering where we are on making that happen.
So on October 1st is our
TV is
planned.
bonkers, humongous.
It's our planned release date for our next program guide, where we announce all of our new programs, events. Staff have been working towards bringing forward this winter and spring what we're calling dive-in movies.
Perfect.
Yep. So you'll see that in there. Movie titles, all those different things will be picked by staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please tell me we're going to do Jaws, but.
I know. Can I just make because my family, we use a rec center, and the movies in the park, I couldn't convince any of my kids because they were younger kid movies. Like maybe if you could add to the program some teen, and that Jaws is like, right up there with like making it for fun for teenagers as well. But I wanted to just piggyback that I have been using the rec center as well as my family, and I'm really impressed with how it's been like just building in terms of the gym. My experience at the beginning was like kind of disappointing, but every time I go to work out every week, there's more equipment, or it seems like the maintenance has been really taken care of. And yeah, I just want you to know I appreciate it. Like, I swear every week there's something new there, and I'm guessing it's based on feedback that you're getting from users. And so I just want to give you that compliment.
Well, thanks for that. Yes, we have two different ways that we're receiving feedback in the facility. We have a QR code for users to be able to give their feedback that way, as well as a handwritten note with different options for feedback. So staff, we take the feedback in, we see what we can do, whether it's about maintenance, programming, equipment. It's just continually asking our patrons, what do you want to see, what's working, and how can we meet those needs? And we'll say too, for the movies in the park, many of them are they're family-friendly movies. This year, our final movie was School of Rock, and we had before the movie a high school band that came and opened up the movie for us. So we're trying to provide a range of programming. In the pool, we're planning to do some movies around Halloween that'll be kid-friendly, but then also do, maybe more of an adult, type of movie.
I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Dive in, though. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good naming. Well done.
Mr. Bass, you had a question?
Really, actually, I have the same that I would say about really all of our departments. This has been one of the biggest, though, of transformations I've seen since I've been in the city in the last 8 years. And I really, my hat's off to you, Mr. Stark, because you really have brought a whole new kind of life to the Parks and Rec department. And of course, a brand new building helps that tremendously. With that being said, I'm curious, when I was a kid, we used to have what was called Friday Night Live, and it was really designed for teenagers, that on Friday night there was a kind of a safe space, and there was multiple different kind of cool, fun things that teenagers all really liked, and their parents were able to drop them off there and somewhat check them in, and then they had to be checked out. Anyways, I wonder sometimes, are we able to use the facility and make it more accessible, not just to the members, but this would be more open to all, kids of a certain age group, for entertainment on the weekends, to have them have a place to be.
Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks for all of the compliments about our department first, and share that it's our entire department staff that have contributed to the rec center's opening success, and then the larger staff of the city that I think everybody's contributed in some way. For that particular program, programs related to teens, we have some timing on our schedule for the gym where we open it up called Teen Zone. So that's after the middle school gets out, they're able to walk over to the rec center. And it's our intention with that program, with the help of a recreation coordinator that we staff, they're able to go and facilitate different programs, whether it be basketball or use of the batting cages or in arts projects. So right now that's our effort, but we could always look at adding more programs like a teen dance or something like that. That would probably be a big hit with the community.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Jenkins.
You raised actually a question in my mind regarding where there are facilities in town with gyms and so on. Does the school district sponsor activities like that also, or things? Do they? I can remember back when we used to ride around in buggies and horses, but in schools you had basketball at the school basketball courts after school. You had there were occasionally dances, which the guys usually and girls usually sat on either side of the room, and so. Does the school, to your knowledge, or is that something that's being looked at, or is that something they do? Do you know?
I don't know particularly. I know my own experience with the school district is that they offer those types of programs to the community. And then we certainly work with any of the different partners in our community to provide ways to, whether it's through a partnership or a rental, to be able to provide the space and access to programming at the rec center or any of the other parks or spaces that we oversee.
No more questions? Thank you, Mr. Stark.
All right. Thank you, Council. We have just a few more number slides to go. I will make it as quick as possible. We are now looking at the general fund and designated fund balance activity and projections for the end of the current year. We started the year with approximately $6.6 million available for one-time expenditures. During the year, the City Council reappropriated approximately $970,000 for projects and purchases that were not completed in fiscal year 2025. Council also appropriated a net of $4.1 million at mid-year, primarily for capital projects and equipment purchases. Additional appropriations included funds for interim city attorney services and new city attorney recruitment, as well as a few additional allocations to rental incentive program and other miscellaneous appropriations and adjustments that affected that 6.6 balance that are listed on the slide. Following these appropriations, approximately $1.6 million of excess unassigned fund balance remained available. Of this amount, approximately $1 million was needed to satisfy the increase in the 25% general fund reserve requirement, leaving approximately $600,000 in excess unassigned fund balance available for one-time appropriations at the discretion of the City Council. At this time, Finance does not project significant additional budget savings at the end of this fiscal year, 2026. The 600,000 funding does not include 1 million previously set aside for an affordable housing project, or the 2 million that was set aside in 2023 for employee MOU implementation, CalPERS cost, and potential budget deficits. The 2 million continues to serve as a budget stabilization set aside, unlike the 25% reserve, which is intended to for severe emergencies only. The stabilization set aside can be used to address other fiscal pressures, such as unexpected increases in pension costs, reduced interest earnings, which have helped balance the budget over the last 3 years, and slower than projected revenue growth. A little bit information regarding the grant program. The city continues to be successful in pursuing grant funding. Since 2002, we have secured over 241 million in grants. And as previously mentioned, the Finance Department manages 43 active grants totaling more than 51 million. Per Mayor Bass' question earlier today, in 2021, we established the grant match set-aside program. There are currently no funds reserved in the grant match set-aside because there are no pending grant application requiring the match at this time. I would also like to revisit the general fund committed reserve policy. The city code requires the city to maintain committed reserve equal 25% of annual expenditures. For 2027, that equals 17.3 million. The purpose of this reserve is to provide financial stability during a recession, disaster, or other emergencies, and to address unexpected liabilities or significant one-time costs. It serves as an important financial safety net and is a key component of the city's overall fiscal discipline. Under the policies, the committed reserve may only be used in extraordinary circumstances and with city council approval. It is intended as a last resort rather than a source of funding for ongoing expenses. If the reserve is used, it should be appropriated gradually and with consideration for maintaining the city's strategic priorities. It may not be used to fund recurring operating costs, and appropriations may not exceed 25% of the reserve in any given year. This framework helps ensure that the reserve remains available to provide stability and flexibility during periods of significant fiscal stress. The Finance Department prepares 5-year financial plan to provide a longer-term view of projected revenues and expenditures. We are looking now at the 5-year plan for 2028 through 2032. On the revenue side, the current forecast is developed conservatively with annual growth projected between 1.25% and 3% for various revenues. Personnel and operating expenditures are projected to increase between 2% and 5% annually. The plan assumes continued use of Measure S to support public safety positions and snow removal, along with intermittent support from Measure P for recreation center operations. The forecast also accounts for CalPERS pension obligations, health insurance premiums, and the ongoing operating costs associated with the new recreation center. The plan assumes annual allocation of slightly more than $1 million for road rehabilitation. No additional major capital expenditures are included in the forecast, as these are expected to continue to be funded through Measure S sales tax revenues when available. Based on current projections, the city anticipates balanced budgets through fiscal year 2032. This represents an improvement from prior forecasts, which projected significant deficits in fiscal years 2030 and 2031. The improvement is attributable to changes across several revenue and expenditure categories. While the current projections continue to assume conservative revenue growth and modest stabilization in operating costs compared to with prior years, they also account for potential reduction in interest earnings and higher costs for healthcare, general liability, and property insurance. Overall, the 5-year plan indicates that the city is currently positioned to maintain balanced budget through 2032 while we continue to monitor the factors that could affect that long-term outlook. We will present the next 5-year plan with the mid-year review in March of 2027. This is the Measure S sales tax 5-year plan for 28 through 2032, looking specifically at this fund. The 5-year plan continues to support key public safety, snow removal, and infrastructure needs. The plan assumes that approximately $2 million annually is allocated to 7 firefighter positions, 1/2 of the fire battalion chief position, a police lieutenant position, and the sidewalk snow removal contract. The plan also includes funding for the design and to pay for the financing of the Fire Station 3 construction. Any questions at this point?
Mr. Robbins? Yes.
I just want to clarify something. So the reserve is 25% of the annual operating budget, give or take, or give some, and the current policy is a withdrawal of no more than 1/4 of the reserve budget, which means that the most under current policy, that under a severe economic downturn that we would be able to withdraw would be an amount equal to 1/16 of the annual budget, right, at any given time. That's how much the reserve would replace. My concern, as we've discussed, or I've brought up here in a couple other contexts, is I think there's a decent likelihood that we're looking at such an economic downturn in the not too distant future, or at least enough of a likelihood that we should be planning seriously for that. So one option I'd like to float amongst the council here is that we consider either increasing the amount that's being put into the reserve, or probably better, creating for lack of a better term, a reserve, a second reserve, an additional fund of reserves that we can tap into before needing to tap into the actual reserves. That we basically we basically stash away some pennies now and have some additional savings in the event of a downturn that we can reach into, because 1/16 of the budget isn't as much. 25% of the budget is significant, but if we're only going to be withdrawing 1/4 of that at the time I think is probably the right move. The reality that that's only 1/16 of the budget available, and that only is over 4 years, is not that much money. And so I think we should be thinking about creating some additional reserve type funds.
Just to clarify, the city code specifies that to extent possible, that city council should not utilize more than 1/4 of the reserve. However, in the event of a significant need, I believe this policy could be changed.
But the Great Recession was a good solid several years of event in terms of the impact on, right? I mean, how much did we have in terms of revenue loss during the Great Recession, and how long did that last? I think.
I just can tell that we had to cut 30% of the labor force.
Yeah.
That was the policy made to cut 30% of the labor force. Whether we had to do it or not was an issue of policy of those people who sat in the chairs at the time. That is an arguable question, I think. Mr. Mayor, may I just comment on the reserve? I was here when the reserve was created. Actually, Mayor Lovell at the time and the council, and with our support, recommended that. And the 25%, because we essentially had no reserve. And so the 25% reserve is done by ordinance. In order to amend that, to change it, it has to be done by ordinance. And, but I like what the council member Robbins is suggesting, that we also, in addition to that 25% reserve, we have an unallocated general fund reserve, which could which could in a serious situation be used, and maybe the council would be willing to think about using some of that quote unallocated reserve that's not part of the 25% in the event that we needed to continue providing essential services.
I call it a reserve.
A reserve, yeah. I mean, so that's something, but as the finance director said, I think, I think what you're saying is that in that situation, the council could make decisions on regarding the amount of the reserve and whether we use the reserve.
Be a little more flexible.
Yes.
We simply have more flexibility
I think that's a good
about
idea.
tapping into that, into an auxiliary reserve. That would be a better term, I guess. And we could, something we could tap into faster and more first before getting into the formal reserve that we have we have something that we can. I'm just concerned because vacations are the first thing people stop spending money on. They are the very first, before essential travel, before food, before local expenses. We're a place people travel to and then spend money, and so we're going to be at the lead, and we always have been at the leading edge of economic downturns, and that's part of the fundamental challenge of a tourism economy is its instability. It's a very feast or famine environment, and that argues for having larger and more diverse types of reserve funding available to manage that volatility. And I think there's good reason to expect volatility soon to be upon us. So I think that would be a worthwhile thing. I'm not sure what the right way to execute on that idea would be.
Outside of the scope of today's approval, or?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a budget issue for sure.
I'll offer that, Ms. Tikamarova, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's $555,000 available in the undesignated reserve if this proposed budget is approved. If the council direction is to make some cuts in the proposed budget in order to increase that amount, then we would need to hear from council on that direction.
Thank you.
Save it instead of, I mean, there will be no shortage of good things we could spend $500,000 on. I don't doubt that. My concern is, I think next year there's a good chance of there being essential things that we may have a very hard time spending money on if we don't have the money. And it might be wiser now to save some money. The money doesn't go away. It doesn't vanish if we save it. It just means we could, if no downturn happens and we wind up going into an AI utopia future instead, right? Then we'll have some extra money to spend on many good things in the next year or the year after. I'm just suggesting maybe we take some of the money we have that is currently undesignated or under-designated and save it instead of spending it for right now.
Just to clarify and remind council, we do have $2 million that we did set aside 3 years ago.
Yeah.
We never had to dip into that amount. It is available. So it is a reserve on top of reserve in a way.
Auxiliary reserve, yeah. So maybe we add the 500 or so grand to that, and we call it a 2.5 million auxiliary reserve that we've just plussed up by 25%, or something to that effect. I think I saw a Post-it note for Cody.
Mayor Bass, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I take a little bit of a different look on this, and the reason is because, in the history of our reserve, we had the Great Recession, 2008 to 2010. We didn't touch the 25% reserve once, I don't believe, at all. But we did have to make the responsible cuts, the council at that time did, because when you have ongoing cost and you don't have the revenue, it's not that your reserve is going to keep those ongoing costs happening. You've got to make those cuts because the reserve is not designed for, keeping up a level of service if you don't have the revenue. It's designed for major catastrophes to keep the city, if everything went down, like a 3-month period that we could continue operating. We went through the COVID pandemic, the Caldor fire. We never touched the reserves. I don't believe, and Ms. Tikamarova, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we had to touch them in those incidents either. And so I look at this as, 17.9 million is there, plus another really 3 million, because we have 2 million set aside from the 23 policy, and we have another million for this housing project. And so to me, when I look at, as responsible government, I feel like we want to be using the tax money to fulfilling the things that need to happen. And as we talked about the deferred facility maintenance, we know the road issues. I don't understand, when we've got that history, why we would want to set more aside. It is true that when we get into a downturn, very difficult decisions have to be made. And it can't be, they're not going to be made because we have some set aside reserve. It has to be made on what the revenue coming in is at that time. And I mean, I wish we could all predict the future, as Mr. Robbins said earlier on these things, but we don't know. And to me, I think the 25% is completely sufficient. I'd rather see like that $500,000 take deferred maintenance up to $1 million, the undesignated funds that sit aside. Because again, we're almost to $20.9 million currently set aside. And as I pointed out, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, we've never had to touch that. And we've had about the most serious disasters you could have between COVID and Caldor fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think though part of the challenge is maybe those were opportunities where we should have used those funds to avoid because those were all temporary downturns. The 08 financial crisis was serious, but it wasn't forever.
Yeah, but you couldn't, the funds would not last. Like you have to make decisions in financing. Like you can't just depend on one-time money that's going to fill ongoing cost. And so if that downturn happens, yes, difficult decisions have to be made. Cuts have to happen. It's not going to be based on, the reserve is really there for these catastrophes, in my opinion. And they didn't go into them in the 08, 2010, which really lasted more to like 2012 till full correction came back. And it didn't have to be used. What did have to happen is cuts. And those are without a doubt hard decisions, but I think you make those decisions at the time of the downturn. Yes, I feel like what I'm saying, I guess, is I feel like we've sufficiently planned for that. And I think we should take like the $500,000 and put it into things like deferred facility maintenance that we know we're majorly behind on. And even though Dr. Q eloquently answered that, and I agree with him, we don't want to take from another department. This isn't taking from another department and saying, look, we know we're behind on deferred facility maintenance. Let's double that. And that's just an example. I'm not saying we do that. I'm just pointing out, that's how I see it.
I just have to echo that. I feel like I feel similarly to Mayor Bass on this. When we've just heard all of these presentations of the needs are always going to be great, but the needs are great. And specifically, I get concerned with some of our public works deferred maintenance and how those can snowball into bigger issues if we continue to kick the can down the road. I feel like what I hear is that this would be something that should come back as a deeper discussion if we're not all in agreement right now.
Oh, well, one of the things on that topic, just to follow up on that, is when the Finance Committee met, this was a topic of discussion at some length. And Ms. Tikamarova did provide, I have it here, a fiscal emergency response overview that calls on, each of the departments to game out scenarios under various budget cut, scenarios. And my concern there was making sure that some thought has gone into response to an economic downturn, and that thought goes in now while things are ostensibly calm, rather than trying to figure that out on the fly in an emergency, right? We have some planning that we can do ahead of time. This is just basic disaster planning for governance. One way to mitigate some of the costs of those is to be able to move some money from the present into the future and have funds available as a way to mitigate some of those cuts that would have to be made then. That's the thinking, at any rate.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins?
I think there's actually a middle ground here. The middle ground is, I think, you have a reserve established, 25% unallocated reserve, and you have the other reserve, which is the other reserve that we've talked about.
Set aside reserve.
The set aside, and what we do is, we don't spend that down in 6 months or 4 months, but we evaluate it later in the year to see if in fact those funds are needed for operational purposes, or for contingencies that we have, you know, a downturn in the economy, whatever it is. So I think we can go forward and approve the budget as presented, with the idea, though, that the unallocated reserve be left for discussion as we move forward. And in fact, I think likely if we were going to spend it, we'd have to vote on it anyway if we were taking money out of the unallocated. So the middle ground is we could adopt the budget as is with the unallocated reserve there, but with the idea that we're not going to be spending it down in 6 months. Otherwise, it should have been in the budget, and that we'll then evaluate that as we learn more about the economy and revenues that we have. That's just a thought, and maybe that would accomplish what Councilmember Robbins suggests.
Well, I certainly think the $2 million in we call it auxiliary reserve is something we should certainly not spend down and maintain the set aside for that. My suggestion was maybe we consider plussing up the auxiliary reserve, because you know it's other communities will refer to as rainy day funds, you know, that kind of thing, and those are other terms that are used for that. So that would be my thinking, would be to increase that, since I think there's a good chance we're coming into some rain.
Yeah, but if I will, the unallocated or the allocated.
Do you have any more
reserve-
questions for Ms. Tika Marova?
Well, why don't we get some people who understand what the system is here?
We're discussing it right now.
Yeah, I know we are. So,
we wanna
but
help
to
finish
Mr. But to Mr. Robbins' point, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, is that that's set by ordinance. So in order to change that, we have to amend the ordinance. That would take 2 readings and so on. But I think.
25% is set aside by ordinance. The additional 2 million is set aside by resolution.
Yes, but the point is, I think we don't have to spend that down now or in the next 2 or 3 months. We can evaluate it. Let's adopt the budget as is, evaluate, not spend down that 2 million, but let's evaluate what the conditions are, and if they're bad, then we could allocate more to that, and I think it achieves the objective without changing everything. So that's just a thought.
Mayor Bass,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, Ms. Horgan, if you'd like to go, but either way I can. Okay, so just to clarify, we're only talking about the 2 million. I got a little confused, Mr. Jenkins, because there's also 555,000 undesignated, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we can designate that and still pass the budget. Is that correct or no?
We will have to make changes. I believe that could mean a significant amendment if we need to create a new resolution to add 500,000 to the 2 million that we have set aside. We will have to bring it back.
I'm sorry, Ms. Tikamarova, I confused you a little there. I'm talking about, like, if we were to take the 555,000 that's undesignated funds, and let's just say we decided we wanted to add that to deferred maintenance budget. That could happen with direction and still pass the budget today?
Technically, yes. However, as Dr. Q previously mentioned, so as we were preparing the budgets, we were reviewing all the needs for the facilities, for the repairs and upgrades. Dr. Q and his team identified those needs. We do have 500,000 available that we have decided not to utilize during the budget adoption. However, as Dr. Q, his team, they all know that they may bring it back to request that funding if needed. And Dr. Q has additional comments on that.
Thank you. You said what I was going to point out. I would not advise moving that undesignated money yet. I would anticipate we have a whole year ahead of us, and there will be any number of surprises that come up in the next year that will need those funds, and we should hold on to them for that purpose.
Just one more question. So I agree with that, Dr. Q. The set aside per resolution in 2023 of the $2 million, has that ever been touched?
No.
Okay, so
It
we
has
have
not
always
been
had that there and we haven't
Yes,
needed it. But
correct.
in this scenario, that would be an appropriate use of those funds? Like in a scenario where we started to see some concerns for FTEs and needing to go into some sort of contingency planning for a downturn in the economy?
It will, any set aside or reserve will help us to gradually transition into any recession or economic downturn.
Thank you.
As council members previously mentioned, that it cannot be used and relied on for ongoing expenditures because it's not indefinite funding source. However, we have certain liabilities to contractors, to employees. It's a buffer to allow us to last a little bit longer and not make cuts immediately, I guess.
You had one more slide left, or?
Briefly on the city's debt service, this is our plan that I mentioned previously through 2032 general fund. After 2027, we'll support approximately $1 million for debt service. The remaining debt service will be, funding will be provided from Measure S and Measure P. And to Council Member Robbins' question earlier today, the leaf tax was included in the development agreement between the city, the City Redevelopment Agency and various agencies, entities at the Heavenly Village. It was contingent upon repayment of all bonds that funded the improvements of the redevelopment area. Those bonds include the redevelopment bonds, that with the last bond to be paid in 2037, and the CFD bonds, the 2015 CFD bonds that will be paid off in 2031. All right, and in closing, I just would like to take a moment to thank all the city staff and who contributed to the development of this budget. Their work, collaboration, responsiveness, and commitment through the process are greatly appreciated. I would also like to recognize and thank the finance team, Andrew Black, Financial Services Manager, and Akemi Nishimura, Accountant, for the significant time and effort they put into preparing the information and documentation for this budget workshop. And this concludes my presentation. I welcome any additional questions or discussion from council. Thank you.
Just a statement. This is one of the best presentations that I've seen of a budget and a summary in understandable terms that I've seen in all the years that I've been here. And I want to congratulate all of you, Mr. Tetmakova and all staff on that. Thank you.
This is my fourth one of these, and this is the smoothest one so far. And I think that's mostly because Keith didn't talk too much. Yeah, Keith, you're always talking so much.
Yeah, excellent presentation. Thank you, all staff and everything. Very informative. Any other questions from council?
No, I mean, Mr. Robbins just opened himself up to this one, but thank you, Mr. Robbins, for editing yourself this evening, or this morning. We're not even in the evening.
So if no more questions, we can open it up to public comment. Anyone in the public like to speak on agenda item number 6?
Jesus. Hi there. My name is Nick Spiel, and I'll disclose I do serve on the board of directors of the Tahoe Transportation District, but I'm commenting today only on behalf of myself. I would like to ask the city to please be more supportive of the TTD's fixed route public transit service in this year's budget. As you know, the TTD has operated public transit services within the city for years now. It wasn't always a great service. You know, sometimes some people may remember in the old days that the service was spotty, it closed earlier, people couldn't depend on it. But that's really changing now, and service is improving. I have a few stats here. This year, we carried over 400,000 riders. That's up 41% from last year, up 84% from 2 years ago. It's taking cars off the road, and that's reducing pollution and traffic. The public transit system is improving, and locals and visitors are relying on it more and more, but the cost of fuel and other costs are increasing. And unfortunately, the city has actually been a contributor to these rising costs. The city owns the transit centers in South Lake Tahoe and the bus maintenance yard, and it rents those to the TTD. And the city has actually been increasing the rent year over year. I don't have the exact figures, but my understanding is that this year the city is increasing the rent by another 10%, and that's not unusual. But this is just rent. This is just rent at the city facilities at the transit centers and the bus yard, and those facilities haven't really changed much in the years that's been happening. This money comes out of the TTD's operating budget, and increasing those base costs for rent risk service cuts to the TTD. We'd have to operate less service with the same amount of money to be able to cover these increasing costs. I think that there's more that could be done in the long term that could strengthen the relationship between the city and the TTD, but one concrete action that could be taken in this budget would be to freeze the rent or lower or eliminate that rent in recognition that the TTD is providing a valuable public service for free to the visitors and locals in this community. It's free, there's fare free.
Yeah, somebody pays for it, but what you're saying is...
My point is that I think that we, the community, benefit from not having to pay for the service. The TTD is providing that service, and the city is increasing the cost of doing so. Anyway, thank you very much for potentially becoming a better landlord and supporting public transit in our community. And again, this comment is just from me on my own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiel. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we can go into Zoom.
Yeah, I do see that we have one hand raised. Melissa.
Yes, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I really would like to echo what Nick just said. This was the first year that our public transit system here really did serve our family, and it absolutely could use more support from the city. It is essential to meeting our green goals and getting those cars off the road. So please take that into consideration. I'd like to go to police, what Chief Roberson said. Yes, the department is adequately staffed for an average day with a low volume of calls. However, it is definitely not adequately staffed for our busy days during the summer. And when we put these VHRs into place, we really expected, and you guys all said that enforcement was the key to making this work. And that is going to require a 24-hour-a-day dedicated position to solely VHR enforcement. Trash is a huge issue, noise is a huge issue, check-in times are a huge issue, and some of these rental agencies have actually outsourced their night calls out of the country, so it's very difficult to reach a person on site when you do have an issue, and we can't always rely on community service showing up in a timely manner. For fire, they are doing a wonderful job. We had 2 recent starts in the basin, and they were on top of those fires immediately. Just an absolutely great crew that we have, and they deserve much more support. I would ask that when we are using our local fire resources to carry out these projects for the Forest Service and the CTC, that we are demanding that those projects are carried out within that 5 to 20 feet of infrastructure, and that we're not clearing the middle of their larger lots for them, which is absolutely absurd and providing us with no safety whatsoever. For Public Works, there's somewhere along the line we've disconnected from some major projects that we had going on for public safety concerns that we'd been talking about with Anoush for a long time. In particular, our bike infrastructure at that Eloise and Tahoe Keys intersection is a major crossing for our bike path and really needs to be addressed. That additional roadway needs to be closed off, as we discussed, and really need to get that done as soon as possible. For parks, the rec center needs to have the fees lowered for our community members. When we all voted for this exorbitant tax, we expected that this would be providing a true community center to our community, and the fees are really just pricing a lot of families out. especially if you're over 4 children, you're really screwed. And you know, most of the things my kids want to use are an additional cost, like the batting cages. So maybe put some batting cages outside that could be used by the community as well. Our playgrounds need to have their turf redone. No more of this tire nonsense on the playgrounds. We need to make them accessible
All right,
for all the
thank you, Ms.
differently abled
Sutterston.
community members.
Thank you.
No, please come on up.
No additional hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Good afternoon now. My name is Kelly O'Hare again. I'll just make this comment. Years ago, I served in a community of about 55,000 daytime community, 150,000, nighttime, I'm sorry, 55,000 what they called bedroom community, 155,000 daytime community because it was a business town. And they staffed only for the 55,000 nighttime people. And so we ran minimum staff every day. That was 5 police officers running from call to call, barely making it, forced overtime if somebody called in sick. And so I really want to see police and fire staffed to whatever they need, not the minimum. That's why I know they couldn't staff the bike position for the summer. They're probably never going to be able to staff that. That's going to have to be somebody that's left an agency and is available for 6 months or 4 months. That's very unlikely. For that reason, I was recommending another position. Maybe at some other point that'll be a fire position, something like that. But I don't want them to run at minimum staff just because they have to make the budget. And that probably goes to all departments, not just police and fire, but they are the highest piece of the budget. So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Seeing no further comments, I'll bring it back to council. Before I do, just because it's been so long, I think it might be prudent to remind us of what's in front of us, what suggested motions are to receive the presentation and either pass a resolution approving the 26-27 municipal operating and capital improvement program budget and pass a resolution approving the allocated permanent positions, or pass a motion providing direction to staff. So just to keep us on track as we wrap this up.
I know I'm familiar with the issue of the transit maintenance facility, and there's actually a parallel issue that I've been trying to track on and off, which is both the city and the TTD buy diesel fuel separately, and there's always been an ongoing potentiality for saving money by combining fuel purchases, because that's just a bulk to reduce costs in terms of larger bulk purchases. And that had been sort of intermittently looked into in the past, but I mean, we are now a good long ways from sort of the enmity that we had with the TTD back when they were trying to demolish the Rocky Point neighborhood and plow a highway through, you know, the one of our few working class communities. And we are a good long way from that now, and we've seen a lot of improvements, and I think it's probably past time that we look at trying to reestablish better financial collaboration and funding ties. Some of this was supposed to be done through the JPA, which has seemingly been on like a semi-indefinite hiatus / life support. Yeah, that was supposed to be a vehicle for that, where the city and the county would jointly engage in those kinds of activities, and it's unclear that that's going to be a place where that happens. What was the disposition? Did I know we looked at it briefly, but then I don't believe anything actually happened with doing collaborative or sort of joint fuel buys. And I'm not aware that the rental costs had gone up that much in 1 year. I knew it goes up a little bit every year, but I didn't know it had jumped up by that much.
Yeah, I can report on that a little bit. So yes, all of these issues have come up in different pieces throughout, I'd say, the last year or so, where we've been having a lot of conversations about transit. The fuel sharing, that was evaluated by our public works staff. There would need to be some modifications to circulation in the corporation yard, and there was some concern that we don't have enough fuel storage to accommodate all of those vehicles with their service. So, but it is still on the table for discussion. I've also had multiple discussions with Mr. Marino about the leases for the bus barn and the transit centers. There are quite a few different kind of pieces in those conversations. I can't speak to the reason, but for the State Line Transit Center, the rent there is tied to the city's payment for our being a member of PADMA. And so as those costs fluctuate, that rent also fluctuates. I don't know if it's a 10% or something this year. That's the first I've heard of that. The other lease that is for the bus barn also has a kind of CPI escalator in it as well. We have had conversations about potentially coming together with perhaps kind of a master agreement where we can address the transit centers. It's not only TTD that uses the transit centers, by the way, so we need to also acknowledge the other
and
partners.
Private for-profit corporations use it as well.
Yeah,
for sure.
So a master agreement to address the transit centers. We also lease the bus stops to TTD, and there's maintenance associated with those. The bus barn, the potential fuel sharing, the use of the TDA funds, expected levels of service. These are all things that in my conversations with Mr. Marino, we would ideally like to pull together into a kind of comprehensive understanding of our partnership on transit.
One thing to, I don't want to get too far off track, but one thing to consider adding to that is that one of the things that Heavenly right now with their private transit service that they operate in the wintertime is that ridership does not count towards the total sum of public transit ridership, which then directly influences the funding available to the TTD because that's based on total transit. But that was recently fixed for Lake Link, so now that counts. But the rent on the transit center to Heavenly might be a point of collaboration where, if they, in exchange for some discount or something, then their ridership numbers could count towards that if that's something where the city has. So I would say, I don't want to dig into that here and now, but I think it would be good for staff to bring that back to council for an item, but bring it back as a master item where it's all of these things sort of assembled together rather than us trying to deal with these types of fundings piecemeal. It also goes to the comment earlier about, at the first item of the meeting here, or the first main item was this fee reduction for a public benefiting nonprofit. And this is not dissimilar in that regards. The TTD is a public benefiting organization for which we are charging fees for various things. And we might want to have sort of more general policy on whom we discount thing or have a way for those discount requests to come up. This would fit into that kind of category.
Mr. Jenkins.
First, I am delighted with the improvements that have been made by TTD, the management, the leadership at TTD. I'm impressed. It's been great having what we have. That relationship is improving. I think the issue that has come up before about how we use TDA funds that are earmarked by the state of California or are in our name, the 1.9 million or 2 million. I think that is a point of discussion that we should have. We're spending in our name or directly ourselves about $3.5 million for transit. And we need more partners in that process. Heavenly's providing transit, we're providing transit. Maybe if we work well together, maybe we can get that cooperation so they're supporting transit that serves their needs. But as in regard to the budget, I'm surprised that we don't have more people here, and I wasn't sure if it was because we're having this meeting during the day when most people work, or if we had it at night, we might have more comment, or because you all have done such a great job in explaining and presenting it that there was not a lot of commentary about the budget, and I'd like to think the latter. But when you're ready, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Any other questions, Ms. Horgan? Mr. Bass had a question, right?
Yeah, I'd like to speak a little bit to the transit, and I think most of the comments have been made, so I'll keep this short. But you know, the Transit JPA and its formation was really created about these TDA funds and about California funds, and the fact that at the time there was issues there. And I think one of the things that's amazing is we have seen such improvement. But it's really not true that the city hasn't contributed to transit. SSTMA and LakeLink and TTD are all, in my mind, really one system. It's what's making the system work. And we have 1.1 million just into that out of our own general fund. And so I think it needs to be looked at more like, you know, we have now really created what is a reliable system and it's working. And are we at a place that we can go to a T-bid or go to raising the TOT or some other mechanism that has sustainable ongoing funding that's revenue dedicated to transit that does come out of the city? But I with all that we watched today, with all of the things that we have unfunded that are core services and, you know, all these different things, I think it's a lot to say the city should have to contribute more. I do agree that we could look at, you know, the freezing of rent, if that's legal, if there's ways to do some of those things. I don't disagree there. But I also think that further talks, and Ms. Roverud said this master plan, which I think is a great idea. But we've had talks about, you know, our facility, Shop Street, where we do all of our motor pool, if that was able to be adjoined to actual D Street on that corner lot, and there was the potential to give TTD the full Shop Street facility with, and not give it to them, that's the wrong terminology, but have a 50-year master lease or something that allows them to access the facility funding that they have at a federal level, that facility could get really, really rebuilt for the future of transit. And it would also give us great benefit to move the motor pool, connect it to D Street Public Works. And so I think those talks are really important, but I don't want the public to think that we haven't been committed. You know, since I've joined, it's been one of my major things is to see us get these commitments, and I feel that we really have. 1.1 million is a lot when we don't have a dedicated fund for transit. We've really pulled that together. So I just want to say that I do support looking at freezing some of these funds if it's legal and if it's possible, meeting the rents that we have.
I would like to, sorry, Scott, I would like to make some comments.
You want to talk?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was
Being
allowed.
being a department head for decades, I'm, you know, looked at a lot of budgets and viewed it from the decisions that the different departments have to make. And part of the reason why I didn't have a lot of comments today is because I was watching the numbers and they all seem to make a lot of sense. There's a lot of some cuts where we could, and there's not large increases either. And looking over the past years, it looks like there's a lot of conscientious work being done where they saved where they could. Funny, in the corporate world, you know, if you don't use it in a year, you don't get it next year. So I don't see that attitude developing here. So I don't really see it's a very tight budget. I don't see a lot of opportunities really. And it seems like all the pain is shared evenly through all the different departments. I'd like to, it'd be nice if we had more to give to the police and fire and to the transit. I just don't really see it in this budget. I think it's a very sound budget compared to previous years. And I'm looking for a motion.
That motion that we pass a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 municipal operating capital improvement program budget, and can I and it to also, and to pass a motion providing, oh no, that's not it. Pass a resolution approving the 26-27 municipal operating capital improvement program budget, and to pass a resolution approving the list of allocated permanent positions.
Do we have a second? We have a second?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this. Scott?
Second.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great job, everyone.
Great job, all.
That'll move us into our agenda planning calendar, agenda item number 7.
Oh, good. I have 7 new items for ABC.
You said only 6. Ms. Rodriguez?
You're gonna get it.
Am I joking? Who knows?
Who knows what? Yeah, I know. We know.
Speaking of lists of 1,000 things, your next meeting is September 8th. It is a day meeting beginning at 9 a.m. We do have some pretty large items anticipated on that agenda. You heard Mr. Thomas speak to the Midtown Area Plan as well as the draft housing element update. We will also be bringing back the results of our outreach regarding the reuse of the old recreation center. We also have quite a few things on consent there, so I think it'll be a full agenda, but doable.
Okay. Did we want to add anything, or do that when we come down to the council member reports? Okay. Any updates from city attorney?
None.
City clerk?
No, sir.
City manager?
I just wanted to remind everyone to mark their calendars for September 12th. Our multicultural celebration will take place between 11 and 3. That is a Saturday. It'll be at Bijou Community Park.
Did you also want to give an update on the business development RFP that's out, that we're working on? That Brian's working on?
We have that coming to City Council on September 22nd, so that we can go over that effort then.
Okay. Council member reports. Mr. Jensen, would you like to start? Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, this is not a topic I wanted to be talking about, but, you know, I spoke at some length with Eli Ramos from the Tahoe Tribune this past week. And surprisingly, you know, one of the first questions she asked me about was the public's concern with trust in the city council. And it's hard to dismiss those concerns as unfounded when we have members of the council who have made promises to the public in very specific ways, and when those promises are not kept, it is simply the case that some of that mistrust is valid and validated. And you know, I may have my thoughts about the recent conviction of the mayor and the you know, the merits of the indictment and all of that, but the fundamental reality was a promise was made both to this council and to the public. And there's no indication that that promise is to be kept. And it's not on any of us to keep promises for any of the rest of us. It's on us to keep our promises that we make to each other and to the public. And I think that has to be acknowledged, and I think it needed to be acknowledged here from this dais, that is a reality. And that if the public is to trust in the council and in its actions, that the promises we make in no uncertain terms should be kept. And I find it bothersome that trust, those impacts on trust hurt us all when they're not kept.
Okay. Ms. Horgan, did you have any?
Actually, yeah, I want to circle back to comments made in public communications about trash in the campgrounds. I referred to it also during the infrastructure discussions regarding the campground that we're affiliated with, but this was also mentioned at the Tahoe Valley Campground over by Barton. Before I ask for this to be investigated, I know this has been discussed before. Has the city done anything to encourage or make I'm worried about bears and trash in general, but like with campgrounds, have we done anything with the campgrounds that are in the city limits to incentivize them, or, you know, are we using a stick or a carrot, I guess, in order to secure the trash? I don't like the answer that we're telling people to put it in their vehicles, because when I was at Sawmill, there was a member of the Tahoe Basin Management Unit telling people not to leave food in their cars. So
It encourages vehicle break-ins.
Yeah,
So
I'm
as-
not,
As Mr. Stark mentioned, this is a topic that we have been discussing. There's a cost associated, so it's really prioritizing the needs. But it is certainly on our radar, and if we
is there an
can, then we
ordinance that
will.
already exists?
The only campground within the city limits is the city-run campground. Tahoe Valley is in the county.
Okay.
So we don't have any jurisdiction over them. We certainly can talk with them about things that we would recommend. And we do have an ordinance in place related to keeping trash out of keeping it from being accessed by animals. So we do have that ordinance in place. But in terms of our infrastructure, it is the city's campground that we would need to install bear
Okay.
boxes or another form
So I
of
don't think I
trash
have any
receptacle.
direction, but I really, the answer that we're asking people in one area to put it in their vehicle and in other areas, asking them not to leave food in their vehicles is kind of confusing when we're educating visitors. But I'll leave it at that.
Wasn't there still a renovation to the campground in the 56-acre plan?
Yes, so the overall 56-acre plan did include replacing the campground spaces that were removed for construction of the new recreation center. There was, I don't know, 1 or 2 loops of campsites that were to be, reconstructed further to the south portion of that campground. So we are having those conversations right now about what is our next step with implementation of the 56-acre master plan. Part of that conversation is related to how do we increase revenue so that we have funding to then take the next step. So those are things that we're discussing.
So obviously beer boxes need to be included in that discussion. Right.
Well, if I recall correctly, one of the issues at hand was there's planned, I know, but there was planned renovations, and that's one of the reasons we didn't do it early, because we were gonna install them and then delete them if we renovated them, but I agree with the broad sentiment for sure.
Mayor Bass, did you have any comments?
No comments, just, yeah, good to see you all virtually and look forward to seeing you in person on the 8th.
I just had one thing, to see if we could add to the APC is, there's an interest in turning the Heavenly Village into an event zone. And I would like see if the staff could look into what that looks like, good and bad.
I support that 100%, yeah.
Okay. And if there's no more comments, I think we are adjourned.